Hey everybody, Adam here, and we're back with some more Vintage, but this time just a little different. At the end of yesterday's unfortunate league, I jammed a quick test match with friend of the stream, TenArms, and then after we wrapped up last night, TenArms reached out to me and said, hey, if you want to do some testing, you and I can jam a few sets, and I said, that sounds rad. So what's going on tonight is TenArms is going to join us, and we are going to run a few Expo sets, just TenArms and I jamming against each other, so that I can kind of start to hone in on where I want this list. So I guess where it starts is this is the list we played last night. So this is the newest revision of the Esper Tinker list I've been playing. So what I did is the second opposition agent is now in the main. We now have a Hull Breacher main. We have moved one Flusterstorm out of the 4 to the sideboard, and the Force of Negation is gone entirely. Well, welcome Noah, glad you could make it. So what we're going to do tonight is just jam a few sets against TenArms, kind of get a feel for how these changes feel. Again, I've been pretty unimpressed with Force of Negation in the list as a whole, and so I think that that much seems fine. The questions I'm asking myself now are, is this Flusterstorm in the board fine, or do we need it main? Other questions include Vampiric Tutor and Mystical Tutor, are they even worth playing right now? And the answer to that is, I'm not really sure. I can tell you that in a lot of matches, I end up cutting Vamp and Mystical when we're not just trying to turbo like a non-blue opponent. But like, I think that we can just be a control deck a good portion of the time, and I think that that's okay. So we're gonna check some stuff out. Let's see. TenArms is not ready just yet. Let's go ahead and... The answer is like this. The answer is like this.
Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna use the restroom really quick before I am ready to play, so I'll be right back.
You're all good. So everyone, that is TenArms, who will be joining us here in just a moment. TenArms is a friend of the stream, and a friend in other various capacities as well, through some members of the old school community and stuff like that. And so TenArms has agreed to be my testing partner this evening, so we can kind of jam out some more games to figure out what we like. So aside from Vamp and the Mystical, and then the Flusterstorm question, the other thing I've been thinking a lot about is this balance. This balance has felt very good. The question I'm asking is it in the main good? And the answer is, I don't know. I will say, I've been kind of unimpressed with Yawgmoth's will. I think that, realistically, kind of the beauty of Esper is that sometimes we can just jam and that's fine, but like,
right.
That's hard.
Let's load up MTG here.
Absolutely. So TenArms, welcome to the stream.
Thank you. Long time watcher, first time participant here.
I mean, technically, I guess there was like last night a little bit, and
sure.
I'm trying to remember if we've ever queued into each other in a league before. I don't think we have.
We have not, for sure. We have not.
Okay. I say I've queued into a lot of random people in leagues, so I am probably the worst at this because like everybody else I know who is like streaming Vintage and Legacy and stuff like that keeps like a huge spreadsheet and everything, and I'm like, bro, I can barely remember what I had for breakfast. What do you want from me?
Yeah, actually, I'm lucky that I work with spreadsheets every day for work, so I spent a lot of time creating like an MTGO stats spreadsheet with like dynamic drop downs depending on what format I pick and what deck I played, and yeah, I'm a huge nerd. All right, so I'm getting this loaded up now. It wanted to completely re-update apparently, even though it just did that. All right, so we're gonna get back in here.
Cool, good. That sounds great.
Yeah, so last night I played this 5-color stacks list that I had been messing around with a little bit. Obviously not a top deck in the format by any means, more just a brew that I've been playing around with. But we can play a wide variety of decks against Esper Tinker if you want. So
yeah, I mean I'm totally down. I will say like I think that stacks deck was actually pretty rad, and like that was not something that I was particularly prepared for. So that was kind of cool.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's fun. I mean, so when I played Paper Vintage like a long time ago, stacks was like my main deck. So I've always had like a soft spot for it.
Gotcha. So my apologies, stream watchers. We're getting some things reorganized right now. Streamlabs has been an absolute nightmare lately with reorganizing settings and randomly doing stuff. I was like entirely unable to stream for a day last week for seemingly no reason at all. So apologies to everyone watching the stream. There was a little behind the scenes stuff going on, but we got it sorted. But no, like it so it when I saw Chromatic Lantern last night, I was like, this has been a hot minute, because like that was a shops thing for a while. What, like 5 years ago?
Probably, like, I don't think 5-color shops has been an actual real deck for over a decade. There's a guy, I want to say it's like 1889898 or something like that.
Sure.
I'm totally butchering it, but it's basically a string of 8 to 9. He put up some results with it like a long time ago. There's some people you'll see every once in a while somebody will play around with a list. Justin Jandari played a list, I want to say within like the last week or two, in a challenge, and did pretty decently with it. It's just an excuse for me to play Tinker and Balance, really. I mean, that's...
Yep, that seems great.
And the big thing in the board is being able to have access to Pyroblast. Because if you're not playing, any counter magic, like, you're just going to lose to Tinker.
Yep.
As we're going to see tonight, right? We're going to see that tonight for sure. Tinker's been, like, long... one of my favorite cards in the entire game, and Citadel is like... Citadel to Tinker is basically what Thassa's Oracle did to Doomsday, right?
Yeah.
Like, it just turned this really interesting card into just like a... kind of like a oops, I win kind of, button, so...
Well, and so the thing is that I think it's really strange, actually, because for all the talk of, like, what Citadel has done, like, one of my first heuristics is that, like, in a decent amount of the matchups where, like, Tinker is almost guaranteed to resolve, like the Hate Bears matchups and stuff like that, like, I'm probably cutting Citadel, because being able to go off with Citadel is so hard with all of the random, like, Hate Bears and garbage nonsense. But, like,
totally.
If you put a Sphinx into play, they usually just die.
Yeah. I mean, if you can like counter their Swords to Plowshares on it or whatever, yeah, they're basically done. I think, like Citadel is, you really have to have the stars align, I think, to beat it. I mean, you're gonna get those games where, the Citadel player hits 2 lands on the top and they brick, and then, you might be able to fade it or
Right.
auto it or something. But like, man, it just feels like those are so not the norm. Usually it's like if it resolves, it's like you're dead.
Yeah, and so I don't know. I've had enough I've been playing a bunch of Tinker, and I've had enough positions where, like, I just put a Citadel into play, and it's like my first 5 cards are like land, Flusterstorm, Force of Will, another land, and I'm like, oh god, I'm dying. And then like the 5th card is Dig Through Time, and you're like, wow, this was awful.
Yeah. And to me, you saying that just feels like sweet justice because I've been on the business end of Citadel so many times with, you know, decks that don't play Force of Will, and
Yeah.
you know, you got your one Force of Vigor to try to stop them, and then, you know, they always have the answer for it almost every time, or, you know, you try to play Grafdigger's Cage and, you know, they just bounce it or something like that. So we'll see. I mean, so tonight I think we have a wide variety. So last night we played 5-color stacks.
I'll tell you what.
I can play.
Yeah.
I can play Hogak. I can play Jeskai Xerox. That's like a good one.
It's alright. I'll tell you what. TenArms, you just pick whatever. Don't tell me what it is, and we'll go into this blind.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, well, I haven't updated this list in a while, so we're just gonna run with this. So I'm gonna send you a challenge.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Good luck, my dude.
You as well. All right.
Okay.
Sure.
I don't think I can.
I don't love it, but I don't hate it, so.
That's fair. This feels like it's probably better. We're gonna bottom this. Okay. All right. Okay.
Just a Tarn, huh?
Just a Tarn. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Alright, well, let's see it. See how that goes. That seems like a pretty good card against you. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I don't think you can let that live, yeah. No, that's false.
All right, TenArms, tell me how you feel with this one.
Oh, God. Alright, well. It's like the thing that I talked about is already happening. Oh, okay. Okay. No jewelry yet.
No jewelry yet. But, I mean, this one seemed like a pretty good get.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, honestly, way happier to see that than Tinker. Like, I can beat a recall. I mean, beating a Tinker is probably. I mean, we'll see. Okay, that's fine. This is all fine. I'm completely fine with all of this.
Okay.
Still, I had to redo all my stocks, and I'm still getting used to this because
you're good.
Of the port over. With
Yeah, I had a nightmare of a time for the first couple of days after the port.
actually a fair card in Vintage.
I mean, like, ish?
Yeah.
Like, the first time you EI into, like, Lotus, you feel like Lotus plus anything, any piece of power, other restricted card, whatever, you feel like a genius.
Yeah.
You're like, who needs a land drop when I have Black Lotus?
Right. Did you see that they're going to be printing a retro border expressive iteration in the Brothers War Commander set?
That's pretty hot, I'm not gonna lie to you. Alright.
Yeah, they're giving us a lot of stuff that we wanted. There's going to be like borderless, or not borderless, retro border, like Phyrexian Revoker. We get a whole bunch of blue stuff like Emery and Thoughtcast. There's going to be some really good stuff in there. I'm pretty stoked. Oh, Relic of Progenitus is in there.
Yeah.
Guide Lantern, I think. Yeah.
I did see some of those.
Yeah, that is a saga. Sure.
That one seems pretty okay.
That seems fine.
Sorry, TenArms, I'm going to take a quick chat question. No, not every Vintage deck will play every piece of power. So...
Yeah.
Interesting. A lot of decks, like, for example, it looks like TenArms is on Jeskai. So, for example, Jeskai will only play the kind of most relevant pieces. So, for example, they're going to play Ancestral Time Walk and then on-color Mox's Black Lotus. But you'll see a lot of, like, the Tinker decks will go to full 5 Moxes, things like that. So, it really does depend on what the deck is trying to do. Interesting. I think we're going to go like this. You're really putting me to the test here, TenArms.
You can always do
the top trick.
Top trick.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking about, right? It's like, do we top trick here now while we can, or I mean, I think it's probably worth doing here. We'll go ahead and twiddle our top here. That's the one we have things to say about, huh? Yep. That was one of the concerns.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well that turned out pretty not bad.
Definitely looks like that shaped up well for you. Yep. There's the punish.
Worth noting, though.
Yes.
Yeah, let's just get rid of this. Worth noting, though, that Saga is like pretty hard for Jessica to deal with. So.
Oh, you're killing me here.
I'm trying.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I mean,
that's bad.
yeah, it could Ancestral You and make 3 mana.
I mean, that's also true, though probably not correct.
It's definitely not correct. Alright, let's do that first.
That I'm fine with.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's kind of nice. That means no Saga token.
It does unfortunately mean that, which I'm not in love with. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah.
Oh, fluster back. Gross.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay. Did I? Hopefully I didn't.
You did.
Did I screw that up?
You targeted your own fluster there.
Yeah, that's not what I wanted, but all right. That is not how I wanted that to go, but all right.
The ever-present vintage menace of Flusterstorm battles.
Yeah. Okay, well, that sucks. No, that's fine.
Well, I feel like that's at least something.
Yeah. Very embarrassing.
I would think we've all done it at least once.
Alright, that's fine. I think we'll be okay. Sure.
Go grab this one.
It's a good one.
I think it's pretty okay. Then I also have this thing.
Okay. Alright. This should be interesting. Alright, so...
I see.
Alright, so let's take this guy. I think that's the turn, honestly.
That's fair.
I think that's the turn.
That's fair.
Alright, I'm gonna let you draw some cards and make me money.
I guess this is when we do this, then. I prefer not to discard it if you're giving me the opportunity.
Sure, that's fine.
That one's good.
It's a good one. I think we still just
those. I see.
I'm feeling pretty okay about my spot despite the cluster snafu earlier.
Yeah, it feels like you're still in a pretty okay spot. I just drew about the worst thing that I could possibly draw, so that's pretty cool. I mean, yeah. There was 0 chance I was casting this. It's okay.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, yeah. With you with a DAC in play, the odds of me putting a Time Vault into play naked, 0.
Yeah, the Manifold key's gone though, right? I don't have one.
Oh, you don't have a key?
No, this isn't a key vault deck. Yeah, this is just draw lots of cards and overwhelm the opponent type of deck. So,
Oh, sure. I mean, historically, like, it's been an option, though. Like, I have definitely seen Jeskai just be like, yep, we're doing it.
I think at this point, I can just attack with that.
We're just letting you do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't really have any good blocks, I don't think.
Not particularly, no.
Yeah. Well, Breacher and Lavinia, hell of a combo. Alright.
Yep.
Fair.
Alright.
Okay.
We keep making an ever larger idiot. I understand. Yeah, that'll do it. We were dead anyway, but that'll definitely do it. Alright.
Okay.
Okay. All these are things I like. Oh, I want this too. So, as a quick aside to chat, this is a weird one in this particular circumstance. It's kind of good sometimes, and then kind of not some other times. It's a really weird thing. What is our...
That was also a game where you didn't have a lot of artifact mana either, which
I didn't.
Like, I feel not usual for that deck.
Yeah, we're on a full 5 Moxes, plus Ring, plus Crypt, plus Lotus, so normally, like, we have some faster draws. I kept a hand that had a Fluster to, if you went for something kind of crazy on one, like an Ancestral or a, into a turn 1 walk hand or something. And then, like, we had the ability to go into Lavinia and stuff like that. It just didn't, the rest of the hand didn't shape up. This is probably fine.
Guess we're just gonna... Yeah, double. Alright, well, let's see how this goes. I feel like there's a lot of stuff I could have brought in, but...
We gotta ship that back. That's just too much of the wrong side. We're gonna... It's weird, but I'm just gonna bottom that.
Turn go again.
think I'm in a spot to just hang out for a second, maybe. Yeah, I think we're just gonna hold.
Yeah, there's no pressure on me right now. The one format that I think is actually acceptable to play Ragavan.
And like, it's also the format where Ragavan can have the most insane hits.
Oh my god, I've had some wild hits with Ragavan in this format, like hitting an opponent's time walk for the win, hitting an opponent's demonic tutor, like.
Yeah, there's some hot ones.
There's some hot ones, and I feel like a lot of vintage decks just like don't have enough blockers for it. I mean, some are just like full of blockers, but.
Show me the blast.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
We have to do that right now. We have to do that. All right. That's good at least.
Sure. Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah, I have to kill this saga.
Lavinia's in.
I feel pretty decent here. Like, even if you have Tinker, Lavinia turns off Citadel, so that seems... Oh, alright. That's cool. That's fair. I'm gonna choose you and you. Yeah, that's fine.
I do like that for me.
Yep. That was a good balance for sure, especially since you've got the Mox. Okay, that's fine. Alright, well let's see who's gonna top deck out of this better. Okay. I mean, it's a start.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do this. Playing the second underground seat makes me less inclined to strip you. Like, I was thinking I could cut you off black, but now I can't cut you off of any color. So.
And I'm pretty black light too, like.
I'm sure you're only playing just like the two tutors, basically, right?
I'm a little deeper than that.
Okay.
But like, I don't need double black for basically anything, other than like trying to hardcast a Citadel.
Sure.
Which is never a life we were really looking to live.
Yeah. Not ideal. Okay. That's fine. Alright, I mean, we're gonna just try to... I guess we're just trying to ride this Lavinia. To victory.
I see. This has become truly unfortunate, friends.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah. Yes, Jay, we are currently down a game against Jeskai. Well, I hate that a whole lot. Sure.
Get this Pyroblast back. I think that's fine.
We're actually not in terrible shape.
Yeah, I think if anything, just to like keep you lower on lands for the sake of Lavinia, that probably is fine.
I think it's totally reasonable.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Oh. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay. I mean, it just is that way sometimes. Sometimes the preordain is the thing that's going to crack everything else open.
I mean, you're essentially, we're both kind of top decking, right? So it feels fine. I mean, you could also just rip Ancestral, and then that would look really dumb. But I mean,
that's fair.
I'm not planning on this being a long game, so I'm trying to just close this out. Okay. Well.
Forced negation the hard way. Okay.
Yeah.
Jay, our opponent is in the call. Opponent is friend of the stream, TenArms. Okay. Well, that doesn't really do anything. Okay. Yeah, the draw steps have been savage. It's not looking spectacular. I would prefer you didn't do that.
Okay.
For pretty obvious reasons.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Bruh. What?
I mean...
Is this where you show me the bolt still in your deck and I die?
I don't think I ever had one.
Okay. That sounds good for me.
Oh, I did have bolts, though. I didn't, I think I had them just in the board. I didn't bring any in against you.
That seems like it's probably correct. Well...
Yeah, I mean... I'm not, like, aggro enough to kill you before you combo out. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not here to aggro you out that quickly, and you don't really have any small dudes that I need to pick off with a bolt, so you're kind of in this, like, awkward spot. Sure. Oh wow, no land, huh? All right.
No land.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh, all right. Interesting. Um,
I mean, thanks, I hate it. I guess this is where we do this now.
okay. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. I'm gonna rewatch this your side of the stream later, and I want to see how important this Lavinia was in this game.
It's been pretty insane. I'm not gonna lie. It's been pretty insane.
Yeah, let's stop that.
That seems correct.
Yeah, I've been holding on to that one for a while.
Oh yeah. No, we knew about that one from the sanctuary, but it was one of those situations where like my options are pretty limited.
Yeah, I think at this point, like, the only thing I really care about is Saga, so we just need to find a threat now. This is like one of the issues with Jess guys, like sometimes you just like dirtle and you don't have a threat. There's a lot of air in this deck.
Well, that's kind of the whole nature of it, right? Is you're basically just a control deck.
Yeah, well, yeah, like, yeah, I don't really consider like Dreadhorde Arcanist like a like an aggro card. It's like a card advantage card. It's just the whole deck is just card advantage basically. Either for me or taking it away from my opponent, like Lavinia does.
Right.
Which is why I like the Hull Breacher in this deck a lot. Man, Hull Breacher against a Bazaar player. Oh my god, it feels so good.
Speaking of,
Yeah. Alright, well.
so Lavinia says each opponent can't cast non-creature spells with mana value greater than the number of lands they control, and whenever an opponent casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter it. Baby. Oh, boo! Boo! This man.
I'm trying to find one of those myself.
I believe you. I'm still a little sad that they only let us have one anymore.
Yeah, I'm glad. That card was a terror on this format.
It was definitely something. I remember like Thoughtcast PO and things of that nature. So yeah, that card was definitely a menace.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna fetch here.
Sure.
Grab this other Tundra.
I like that we're on turn 20 of this game.
Here's this Merchant Scroll.
Okay. That's interesting. So what you probably get like dig here. Yeah, that's fine. Or you just get a Flusterstorm and confuse me and make me counter my own spells again.
I mean, fair. Yeah, so like it's a hard one because we're not like realistically casting this dig at any time in the near future.
I mean, yeah, like you could get the dig if you have like a swords, right?
I think we're just gonna grab this Fluster though.
That's fine. That's more than fine.
I don't think that it matters, but there's a non-zero chance that it does, and in that non-zero world, we'll take it.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
I feel like this is going to be determined by the first person to draw like a real cantrip. Yeah.
It's gonna be something, all right. All right. That one has words on it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's it makes a mana.
Still not super worried about it. Yeah, still not super worried about it though. Okay. Well.
It sure is a very expensive island, Jay. It sure is a very expensive island.
Yeah. Okay.
Nope. Hmm. Hmm.
Okay.
Thinking.
Okay. Figuring out if you want to fluster or not.
Yeah, I think I have to, even though I really don't want to. Like, this Fluster isn't incredible here, but it limits what you can rip off of this dig that actually impacts the game.
Alright, well. That's these two. That seems fine. Alright, well, let's take a peek.
You're about to see how good this Lavinia is.
Okay. Yeah? Wow. Alright.
Wow, indeed, friend. This Lavinia has been nuts this game.
Yeah. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Top. Top.
This is the deck, which I can't really do anything about. Yeah. Sure.
And I'm gonna do this.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just do.
Yep. That's also happening whether I like it or not.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Alright.
Ugh. Yuck.
Oh, alright. Well, that's a thing. Alright. I think it's probably safe to just get in here.
It sure is. We're gonna die to it.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll show you my hand at the end of all this, so.
Yeah, that's. So this is what we're sitting on.
Yeah, man, that Lavinia was nuts this game.
That Lavinia absolutely decimated me.
Yeah, I top decked that one right after you balanced me, so.
Okay.
I was pretty lucky.
Nice. All right. So, say if you need a minute to put something together, are you ready to go for another one, or?
No, I can go for another one. That's fine. Let's see. Let me just get one. I'm gonna go with something a little bit. How much time do you have?
Oh, I'm good. I have quite a while, so go ahead and fire up whatever you want to be about.
Alright, I'll do this. Get this one ready.
All right. Once again into the fray.
I think Just Guy is in a really good spot. Other than, the Bizarre decks, right? That's why that version had Wastelands. But I think against the Tinker decks, it's just so good.
See, and that's why I like. Okay. That's why I have liked Esper specifically. Yeah. Okay.
You get balance in Swords of Clashers, which is really nice, and you get Lavinia of your own, which is huge. Okay.
Nice Bizarre.
Wow. All right. That's pretty. That's pretty dirty. Pretty dirty. Okay, so I need to hit a fetch land or a vigor right now. All right, but we are gonna do a cool trick here.
Okay. Oh, discard the Wallet of Madness. I like it. I respect it.
Yeah. This is gonna be abysmal though. The I wasn't too worried about being on the draw, but you having the probe into the needle was pretty rough. So we just need to get a vigor.
Go on.
Yes.
I mean, we're doing it, right? Like.
I'm gonna kill the new one so that you only get one construct.
Okay.
And hopefully that buys some time. But I'm guessing you get Sapphire or Lotus here, depending on what's in your hand.
I do like the notion of Sapphire, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, just like the triple saga hand, huh?
Yep,
Right.
It was pretty messed up. I mean, while we're in the business of doing these things, here's another one.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. So now
even if you vigor me, like I still have the Bazaar mostly covered, like.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. I really need to draw something good, otherwise I'm just dead.
Fair.
Yeah. So I need to get my retro border blazing brew walls. I haven't done that yet. Yeah, this is just gonna be real brutal. You just make one here, right?
See, like, totally could. I just don't think it's necessary. Like, it's better for me, I think, to hold up options.
Oh my god. Alright, well. Yeah. I don't love it. I guess we do that one. Yeah, this draw seems rough. That probe was very good. If I could pick a card to go back in time and have it never be created, I think probe would probably be like the #1 card.
That's fair.
Even more than misstep. I mean, they're both Phyrexian mana cards, right? I think they're just atrocious. Oh god. Yeah. I'm gonna let you have your fun for the sake of the stream, but
Sure.
There's no way I'm coming back from this.
This is that's I think a pretty fair conclusion to all of that. Yeah, that's pretty great.
But you just put up with my Lavinia for like 20 turns last match, so it's only fair that you get to have your fun this game. Yeah, I'm in big trouble.
So many robots.
Yeah. So I mean, I basically did draw vigor into vigor. So, and for you to not have force.
Sure.
No, yeah, I'm badly dead. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
All right.
I had plenty of opportunities for that to turn into something, but it just did not. And all right, so this will be a thing. This will be a thing. These are things. These are things. All right. Well.
Okay.
I think we're just straight up bringing in 11 cards against you.
That's fair. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. I have quite a few for you as well.
Yeah.
There's like only a couple of things in this matchup I really need to be doing. Step 1, stop Bazaar of Baghdad.
Yeah. Well. Alright. I don't love it, but alright. A multi-6 makes me feel a little bit better.
God, this is so... We'll start there, I guess.
Alright, that's fine.
Okay. Vomit, yep.
I mean, that's the reason I kept his hand.
Fair. Go.
Okay, I mean... yeah, we're just gonna do this. Alright, well... Fun and interactive magic, everyone.
That's the way that this goes.
Yeah. Alright, well, you're on a 6-turn clock, so... Find the land.
Why did it...
I mean, again...
Why did it have to be that? It's so bad.
Yeah.
The rubbing's so bad.
Yeah. I feel like we both put the hurt on each other turn 1, at the gate these last couple of games.
It's like even worse than that, though. The draw steps have not been kind.
Oh yeah, I kept drawing lizards last game when I was just like praying for a vigor, so...
That's fair.
One thing that I was thinking about that I might have done differently last game was not playing with the lizards, so that in case I drew a Once Upon a Time, I would have been able to play it for free. That was something that I was kind of thinking about after.
That's fair. I can understand that line of logic.
Alright, well, we're gonna check.
Okay.
I mean, if you hit an academy, like, you're not in bad shape.
I mean, I think that if I hit most lands right now, I'm probably okay. Oh, gross, why?
Ah, there we go. That's a good one. That's a good one to get rid of.
Yeah, we're okay with that going away.
Yeah, I can't do anything about that. Alright, well... That does not change the clock. I think I'm gonna move this death rate back in case. Yeah, discard. Another sorcery.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. That's...
I think it's
That's
too late. Yeah, I think it's too late. Yeah. We just die. That was like one turn later than I needed it to be.
What was in your hand?
Double plow, double cantrip, pithing needle, soul ring, top, The hand was like actually very good. I just needed to get out from under the oof, and it was like if I drew the cantrip a turn earlier, I can cantrip looking for a white producing land, and then we just start to we plow the oof, then plow one of like probably a death right, and then we just get to start dismantling all the things. But I needed the cantrip a turn earlier. I need the land for the cantrip a turn earlier, or I need the land for the cantrip a turn earlier, or I needed the land off the top to produce white.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. I guess.
I mean, I'm gonna see.
No.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. You kind of need to, right? Like.
This one.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good one.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, it's a very good one. Okay. All right. Well.
Okay. That one's decent, not gonna lie to you.
I see a lot of these lists cutting Lotus completely, and it just seems so wrong to me. Yep, that's fine. Yeah. Yep, there's nothing I can do about that. Sure, that's fine. I'm not worried about that, actually. This guy.
Yep, kind of figured that was the next line.
Yeah. I think you have to go for 6, though, right? Because if I don't have it, it'll just take over.
Yeah. And it basically any number of little idiots you play don't matter at that point.
Yeah, so let's get a root walla. No, but I can get these. And then let's go. Actually, is it? It doesn't really. I guess it doesn't really matter which way I do this.
Yeah, that one I'm okay with.
Okay. Okay, interesting. All right. I mean, we're kind of like where we were before, right? Like, feeling a bit better.
Fair.
Yeah, I could just get bounced out of nowhere. Alright, well, you have the creature, you can have it. Yeah.
Better. Not better
Oh.
necessarily, but
Yeah, that's fine.
good enough.
Okay. Sure, that's fine. Okay, yep. That's fine. Gonna actually just play this now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems fair.
Guess I could have just used the Bazaar. Let's see. I should have just done this on your upkeep, but that's fine. I'm not gonna. Let's see. Do you have? Okay, so that's fine.
I gotta do math.
Do we have mental misstep?
No.
I mean, if you have a misstep, you probably have to stop this, right? Because it's just going to cast the Hogak.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Can you 1, 2, 3, 4? Huh. We have that instead.
Okay. That seems okay. One card in hand. I mean, I'm definitely losing this race, right? So if you attack me 6 times, yeah, you'll be at 3 by the time I die. So, I guess we're just gonna pass. Sure.
Speed up your clock for you a little bit, Pyro. Nice. Nice. We did it, team. Here's this Mox.
Sure.
Like... I don't know, like, maybe we're supposed to stop attacking?
I mean, like, that thing will kill me, and you have to get the goof off the table, so I think that's a good attack.
It's fine. Like, the thing is that the oof being in play actually hurts you more than it hurts me right now.
Like, kind of, yeah. Alright, let's do this. Oh, well, that's certainly not bad.
Well, we hit that.
Yeah.
The double root walla into Vengevine into cast Gak. Hate that.
Yeah.
Hate everything
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah. So we're gonna do this. Sure. Alright.
Take 4, go to 9. Get sad about it.
Yeah.
It's like a couple of cards that I'm interested in here.
I think balance is the biggest one that you're interested in.
Yeah, and we didn't find it, so we're gonna die. Demonic Tutor also does it there, because we can tutor for balance and balance you.
Yeah.
So, yep, nope. Instead, we found Island, and our hand contains the card Force of Will, which seems pretty bad. So.
Oh. Okay.
Yep. So.
I didn't have that to stop me from playing any more spells. So.
Yeah. It seems really important right about here.
If you had that before, you could have at least stopped the Hogak, but...
Yeah, that was kind of the thing, was, like, if I had had it previously, like, I would even take, like, any number of cantrips or Time Walk or whatever. There were enough options available. Make lizards big.
Just in case, you never know.
Take all of the damages. Alright.
Yeah, I think like looking back, like I think Sphinx was the right call. If you had gone for Citadel, maybe you would have been able to just win. But it's like I had to have exactly the Beseiju in my hand, right, like, at that exact moment. So
yeah, and that's the thing. I actually in the matchup I usually cut Citadel, because you can often pressure me fast enough that I can't cast enough spells off Citadel for it to matter. Whereas if I put a Sphinx into play, even if my board position starts pretty weak when I put that Sphinx into play, like, you can turn a game around pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Whereas, like, if you put a Citadel into play against your Bazaar opponent, like, you're praying that things go really right for you and really wrong for them.
Right. Let's see. There was a new deck that I wanted to play.
Absolutely.
Might have to download it. I saw it recently. Maybe I didn't actually download it as a deck yet. Okay, so let's find this really quick.
Not a problem.
Okay. I'm gonna give you a hint. It contains the card Minsc and Boo.
Okay. That could be a couple of things. I think that there are versions of that deck floating around that I don't think should exist, but I have absolutely run into them in queues.
There's a whole bunch of these. So let's see. Okay, that one did terribly. There's one that did really good recently.
Alright. Tell you what, TenArms, while you're getting set up, I'm gonna run a quick ad break, use the restroom real quick, and then we will be right back in a minute once you're good to go, and we can get started on the next one.
Sounds good.
Alright, stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back. Alright, we are back. TenArms is ready to go. I am ready to go. Let's do this.
Let's do it. I will send you a challenge. So this should be pretty interesting. I haven't played this type of deck in a hot minute. I will not give you any spoilers since this could be a few different decks.
That's fair. That's fair. Yup. I like this for me.
Okay, well, I don't like hearing that. Okay, let me try it. Not my favorite, but okay. Yeah. All right, well. Oh God. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that, you know, it's not bad.
It seemed like it was pretty okay. I'm not gonna lie to you. It seemed like it was pretty okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we just go for broke, right?
Yeah. 2 cards in hand? Okay.
2 cards in hand.
Alright, well, I need to draw something good here. Okay. Well. Alright, well.
Okay.
Alright. We're definitely gonna try.
Sure.
Alright.
That's fine.
No. Yeah. Okay.
Sure. That one's fine. That's a good one.
Yep. I still feel like I'm in major trouble, though. That's okay. Yeah. I'm glad I got all this jewelry out first.
Yeah, so my thought process here is that with what I know that you are capable of from that amount of mana, with what I assume you are playing, this Lavinia is going to slow things down a reasonable amount.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's do this.
Yeah.
Okay, that card's not gonna do it for me.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a decent one, I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Sure. That, okay.
I mean...
Gotcha. The Army of Idiots.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was really hoping you weren't gonna find.
Yeah, we had it already.
Okay. That was a pretty strong... I think this is like the best opening hand you've had yet, honestly.
It's been a pretty... This is a pretty hot one, I'm not going to lie.
Although the Gitaxian probe into Pithing Needle was also pretty crushing, so...
Pretty savage, yeah. The question is, do we risk it here? And I think the answer is no.
Okay, well... I certainly don't hate that. Okay, well, first off, let's do that.
Yup.
Okay.
Okay.
I think here we're just gonna do this.
Yup. Things we foresaw.
Right. Okay. Pretty tough. One card, huh? Okay. So, I think here. Kinda wanna save it. Okay. Let's go. Actually, do I care? I guess I could kill one of the tokens. So brutal. I don't think I really care about the Lavinia right now, but I mean, the Mentor is like the biggest thing, and I need to kill these monks. So
Right.
I don't really like jumping one of these two power creatures. I guess I just let this happen.
Okay.
Probably should have just. Probably should have just pinged down the monk. That way I could save. No, I still wouldn't have been able to save the Ren and 6 anyway. So. Okay, so let's go exile this.
Sure.
Make black. And then we'll get rid of this.
Okay.
Sure.
Using our death rates to fuel our death rates. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, that's a terrible draw. So this has to do this. Alright. I'm not gonna play around like dig or anything. I think I'm just gonna wait. Alright, so this Mana Crypt might do something. I feel like I'm so behind right now though. I really need to get like
Fair.
need to get a good flank blocker. Oh my god, he just keeps
The hits keep coming. The hits keep coming.
Yeah. Yeah, like cantrips are the card I need you to stop drawing. Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
I don't. Okay.
We're just gonna keep sending it.
Yeah, I kind of like. I don't think I really care about Opposition Agent or Lavinia. Maybe Lavinia I care about, but I don't know if I want to give up. Yeah, okay, so let's do this. So. I'm just gonna do it like that.
I will allow it.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna do this. think this sets me up pretty well. Like, if I draw Minsk and Boo, that could be pretty good.
Fair.
Then, now I get to do this, gain some life.
Also fair.
Okay. Alright, I need something good, not a land. What did I just tell you? Okay. Alright, 2 cards in hand. Alright, I mean, I'm not feeling great. I'm not feeling great, but I'm not dead yet. Just need you to stop drawing cantrips.
I mean, I think we can manage that. Well, we lost a flip.
Okay. Yeah. 6. Oh god. Oh. Okay. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, that's a good draw. Did you just top deck that, or did you already have
I
it?
had the Tinker. The Tinker was in hand. The island was on top. We kind of knew it was up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 2, 3, 1. I don't feel like I want to risk this mentor. I don't feel like that's a life I'm interested in living.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Q?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I wasn't beating that anyway. I'm like, do they see it?
Yeah. We got that one.
Yeah, so let's see. Next card was DT. That would have been pretty good. All right. So.
Well, so you had to clear the opposition agent for DT to be good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so I think. Yeah, it's just hard to beat like your opening hand was just like really just too good. Okay. Well, I think unfortunately that's probably not good enough.
I think this actually, sure.
I think that's actually very good either. These just feel so bad. Alright, I need 3 more cards.
Hmm. I'm not sure how I feel about sideboarding here because, like, I could take it in a few different directions.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it too.
I mean, yuck. All right. I don't know.
when you get into a broken hand. That's like what your deck's trying to do, right?
So, yes and no. Oh, okay. Well, this is kind of cracked.
There you go. There you go.
Alright, which one of these is going away? Probably this. Okay. Show me your secrets.
Sure.
Okay. Yup. Sure.
Interesting. Okay. So.
Yeah, we've entered the Dakfaden versus Urza Saga subgame.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're just gonna make a construct on my end step, so I don't think I'm ever gonna really get. Oh wow! All right. Well.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's a crisis that got averted. Just need you to not have another mana source. Okay. You will though.
Can confirm.
Yep. Yeah. Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. That's actually interesting. All right, let's get rid of this. No blue.
No blue.
Alright, well, let's do this.
Okay.
Do this. Alright, I mean, that's certainly not bad. Sure. Alright, one card in hand. Alright, so I basically just need to beat these sagas. Okay.
2 lands, sure. EI, yup. Sure. it's just this.
Okay. Yep.
We figured it out.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. Alright, let's see what this gets me. Yikes. Well, okay. So let's put back this other deck in my hand.
Seems fine. Sure, I can understand.
Let's just do that really quick. Okay. Blue. Let's play Narset.
Sure.
Throw that up. Ew.
I like hearing that.
Yeah, that's not what I want. I mean, that's pretty good, but man, that needle was very good. Alright, well, I've got like basically a draw step here. Yep.
Goodbye, Narset.
Yep.
Show you this one.
Sure. Sure. Well, this is gonna be a good one. And it was a force of will. Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah.
Sick.
Good. Yeah, really hard to beat the sagas. I needed like any wastelands. I had another deck in my hand, so my plan was to trump with the Death Right, steal a construct, play a new deck, steal another construct. And I feel like if I can get that off, I'm pretty good. But the needle was just like so timely.
Yeah, and so that was the game plan. Was the needle was in hand, and it was like, okay, so we get to attack the deck. If we're allowed to leverage that, then we just use Soul Ring to make another construct. If the DAC doesn't die, then we forgo a construct, needle DAC, shut that off as a game plan, and then move on from there.
Yep. Okay, do you have time for more, or are you?
I do. No, we can go ahead. We can go ahead and slam another one.
Okay.
Oh, and so to kind of talk through the decision process, when we were talking in sideboarding, the question was, how many copies of Force of Will do I leave in my deck? And so
against like that particular deck, maybe not 4, because it's just like a bunch of cards.
Right. Well, and so I settled on 1, because there's some of that stuff that I just like don't have a whole lot of good answers to otherwise. Like a resolved Minskinbu is like kind of a problem. Like a Renin 6 can get out of control pretty quickly if I don't like have a plan for it. So it was like, I think I want a safety valve just in case, but I don't need a full 4.
Yeah. So you cut 1 and went down to 3?
No, I went down to 1.
You went down to 1, okay.
Alright. Win the die roll, sure. This seems great. I'm keeping it.
Okay. Yep.
How does this math work? I think just like this.
Okay. Yep. That seems good. Alright, well, still have 3 cards in your hand. Yeah, it's hard to beat Ancestral on the play. Alright. That might just be it. Yeah. Yeah, so you should definitely just go for Citadel here, I think, right?
Yeah, that's a game plan.
Well, yeah. And then I have to just hope that you brick. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
I guess this. Do the thing.
Oh god. Alright, well, I mean, you have 12 life.
It's true.
So I'm just gonna yield and stuff.
Okay. Hmm. Oh. This one.
That makes sense to me.
That feels basically free. Sure.
Alright. It's a new turn, so I have to yield again. Yep.
Let's try this again. Whoa, wait. This one.
Okay.
Okay. Clear this. Take this one. Play this one. This one. It doesn't quite get us there.
Yeah, Preordained definitely better than Sensei Stop here, right? Because it digs you a bit deeper.
Correct. And it actually just lets me filter through cards, which is pretty relevant. Yeah, I think we just have to stop here, which is unfortunate.
Man, here I am leaving my Moon Glove extracts at home.
Right?
Okay, so I don't think. I mean, Trinisphere kind of cuts you off a little bit, but I think my goal here is gonna try to go broken with Mystic Forge. I mean, you probably already have yeah, that's fine. So here, I guess I'm just gonna play this for 1.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I didn't think that he would care. So
Okay. Okay. We need to get this in play through this chalice. How are we doing that? Probably not.
Well, you're at 1 life ending. Oh, I guess you're gonna get the life back, but it stops you from going forever, right?
Right.
Once you get the life back. I mean, I'm probably just gonna straight up die to the Sphinx anyway, so I guess I'm not totally. I'm gonna keep going for science, but
Fair.
It's gonna be. Oh god. All right. Man, you have been you've been finding the mentor pretty consistently today.
I mean, we do draw a lot of cards.
You did draw a lot of cards, yeah.
Okay. Now, I think we can... This... This one...
Oh, interesting. The yield through this turn is a check mark now. That's interesting.
Weird. Oh,
Probably another Daybreak Games update that they did. Yeah.
okay. Okay.
I don't have a snowflake chance in hell coming back from that. Alright, so let's see.
Alright. This. Not really looking to do that most of the time. This one's pretty bad. Sure. This all seems fine. So that's... no. Yeah, this is all fine. Sure? Question mark? Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. See, that one's just too annoying.
Alright, I mean, Alex has been a him to truck each time I played it, so that seems promising.
It sure can't hurt, right?
Yeah, I'm guessing this Misty was probably your only land, or one of them.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Ending's good. Seems pretty good. Alright, well.
That one's decent, not gonna lie to you. Sure.
Alright.
I mean, I'm not really happy about it, but I guess we're doing this.
Okay. I mean, sure.
Yeah, like, I'm not particularly happy about the notion of Lotus for double plow, but I think that's where we're at.
Kill you. They'll definitely just kill you.
Oh, very, very quickly.
Yeah, okay. So... okay. That's certainly not bad. Alright, well now I need to look at my... here. So... tough call. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna do this.
Sure.
That seems fine.
Rude. Immediate punish.
Yeah. I mean, it cuts me off of my own graph digger's cage, but, okay, well, I guess I don't need to worry about that with this.
Fair.
Yeah. Play that.
Okay.
Now I don't even want graph digger's cage.
I mean, I think that that's probably correct at this stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. Unfortunate.
I mean, this mana crypt is your win condition right now, I think. So.
I mean, yeah, and the problem is that it, like, is getting partially offset by the fact that this Inventor's Fair is still in play.
Yeah. Okay.
I see.
Man, so unlucky. Gonna try it.
It's gonna resolve.
Okay, that's good news for me. Yeah, we're just getting that.
I mean, that's fair.
Okay. Sure. Yep.
We do the thing we have to do.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so I think I'll be. Let's see. Okay, I'm just gonna lose every flip. I'm just gonna lose every flip. Alright, so let's go.
I mean, I think at this point you still lose every flip and win this game.
Yeah, I think so. We're gonna do this.
Sure.
And then we're gonna go Wasteland. Waste. Drip. Sack.
Yup. Feels bad.
Yeah. How weird that the games that we were on the play, we ended up winning.
Nice.
There's another flip, as you do. So here, I think I can just play this. That's fine. Play Wasteland.
Yup.
Oh yeah, this is enough.
It sure is. We're very dead.
Yeah. Okay.
You got that. The 25-27 Golos.
Yep.
Alright.
Let's do a quick little.
Yeah, that's I'm looking.
Screenshot. All right.
Okay.
I think that's probably good enough.
Alright.
A little worried about you being on the play, but that's just how it be.
It do be that way.
And you kept 7? Gross. Yeah. I mean, this hand's good. So. Okay. Alright, well, at least it's not a turn 1 ancestral.
That's fair.
I do like that. Okay.
Sure. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Alright. Why is that resolved? Okay.
Okay. I mean, I hate it.
Hmm. I almost led with Silex, but I thought that Trinisker was probably better, but it's hard to say which one would have been the better call.
Fair.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, that seems pretty okay.
Okay. Okay. That was just a strip mine. Yeah. The missing card was Limestone Golem that you didn't know about. Okay. Okay. All right. Play this.
Okay. That's fine. Kind of cool being in a 1-for-1 game here. I'm just okay, that's fine. That's totally fine. Okay, that alright, 2 cards in hand, that could have been worse. Okay. So let's see here. So let's go play a bunch of stuff out. Um,
this is where we have to start doing things.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you have to do that now. Okay.
I think I'm just gonna let that be.
Okay. So... two cards in hand. Do I restrict you to one spell a turn? I think I can either Manifold Key Expedition Map Wasteland you, or I can just play Trinisphere.
All of these things are true.
What's up?
I said all of these things are true.
Yeah, I feel like you can also get in for extra damage if I play the map and the key. So let's see, that would make this a 6/6 versus a 5/5. I can take you off of black. Go to 10. Tinker. You have to lose the top. It's tough. Oh, actually, Citadel doesn't matter because of Silex.
Right.
So, well, alright. Let's just, the only thing that I really care about at that point would be Sphinx. So, I'm actually just gonna play the Trinisphere.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Alright. I don't think the one damage is gonna matter. Let's see, but I think the Trinisphere is just so good. And I can always Wasteland you next turn too. So...
All of these things are true.
yeah, so let's see how it goes. Okay. Sure, interesting. Okay, so... white seems like a much more important color.
Yeah, that's frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's gonna happen and I'm gonna be sad about it, but...
Cool. So I think I'm gonna do this now, so that way if you Hercles me, I get to replay stuff. Oh, okay. So that's probably, well, opposition agent. Okay, I'm fine with that. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. I feel like I'm finally in a good spot. I've been like teetering on the edge of getting completely blown out by a timely recall this whole game. And you had a good one, but I feel like I've finally stabilized now. Okay, so you have to block with opposition agent. So we're gonna replay this. We're gonna kill the underground sea. Yep, that's fine. You get to look.
Yeah, it's...
Actually, I could have just killed you if I hadn't wastelanded. Yeah, whoops. That's okay. I think it's not really gonna matter.
I think you're probably right. I think that the way that this is shaped up, I'm just not going to be able to come back.
Yeah, I actually could have just played the manifold key and made it unblockable, but I missed that until like right after my gut is always like just wasteland immediately, but I don't think it's gonna matter though, because I think with the Trinisphere you can't cast anything anyway. Oh, alright. I mean, oh no, yeah.
Yeah, with the Trinisphere, it's still pretty... Is there anything up top? No. So, what actually killed me there is not thinking about Silex shutting off Force of Will.
Oh yeah, did you have a Force in hand?
Yeah, I've got a Force in hand with a Hull Breacher that I was thinking about pitching, and I let the Silex resolve, thinking about the next spell, not realizing that Silex was shutting off the Force of Will if I'd let it resolve.
Yeah, Silex has been like pretty interesting so far. Like it feels like, I mean, like I cast it like the first two times I cast it, you had to Force the Will it, and then that actually ended up being important that game. So
yeah,
I feel like Silex is like an interesting tool for sure.
Yeah, it definitely feels like something that Shops has been looking for. It's going to help answer a whole lot of different things all at once. Again, shutting off the hold up your fetch lands to play around wastelands and stuff like that. It's going to shut off the Force of Wills and things like that.
I mean, stopping Citadel to me is like one of the biggest things because there are a lot of times where like if you have a Citadel out and you have a bunch of mana, you're still like you can still play through Spheres pretty easily. But Silex just stops that completely. So
I mean, it's not actually that easy because the thing is you're going through so much garbage, and a lot of the times you're casting like when a lot of the Tinker decks right now, you're playing a lot of big, like expensive cards, like with your dig through times and your Force of Wills and all your various Tinker targets and stuff like that. So like your Citadel can deal a lot of damage to you, and playing through Spheres and Trinisphere with a Citadel isn't really. I don't think it's super viable. Like
Trinisphere,
yeah. Like I just cut Citadel in that matchup again, and it's just like I don't think that that's a position where I can be asked to Citadel reliably. I just don't think it's ever.
I mean, like.
Sorry.
So you just bring in Sphinx as your Tinker target?
The Sphinx is already in.
Okay, so you have both of them in the main anyway?
Correct.
Got it.
Yep, so we have access to both, and we just make cuts accordingly.
Yeah, I don't really have a way of dealing with Sphinx in this deck other than just making really big constructs, which is like a viable... Like, that's a thing that I can do. I guess the other thing would be, I guess I could technically blow everything up with Karn's Silex, but getting that much mana to kind of, like, pernicious beat it away seems tough. I guess with the, Karn constructs and then, like, Metal Cyst, I could potentially card the Great Creator for Ensnaring Bridge.
Yep.
So I guess there are some outs, but none of them feel like a really clean answer. It's more just like
I mean,
to already be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, kill you is a pretty good answer, I think, but
Which one?
just killing your opponent with giant nettle cysts and constructs.
Yeah. I've never gotten a creature with nettle cyst on it that big before, so that was like a nice, that was a nice new achievement unlock.
Yeah, that's the snapshot moment. We can run one more if you want.
Yeah, let's do it. Let me put together. Let me see. I think I've got. Let's try to do a combo deck.
Okay.
Oh, I don't own those cards anymore. Also, that card is bad.
I don't own those cards, and that card is bad. That's a great start.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I'm not sure why this is not updating. It's not letting me pick this book. Oh, is it because I don't own that card? Alright, let me just buy this card really quick.
Fair enough.
Very weird that. Okay. Oh, it wants me to update each because I've got different art. I can't just right click anymore.
You should be able
That
to.
one card- Yeah, it wasn't doing it for whatever reason. Alright, I've got one card I need to buy.
Okay.
Really quickly, and then that should only take like a few seconds.
Not a problem. Yeah, now that I think about it, I remember seeing Brian Koval tweet that he was having problems with the right-click update with versions in Collection 2, now that I think about it.
Yeah, that's exactly what was just happening to me. Oh, I don't have any previous trade partner stuff because this is brand new. Okay. Sure. Alright. I'll tell you the card that I'm buying because it will give the deck away completely.
That's fair. I've had to buy some weird ones recently just due to inability, like, cards being unavailable through rental services. Like, I was looking at, High Tide deck, playing, Founding the Third Path, and I just couldn't rent copies of Founding the Third Path to save my life. The card's not expensive. It just, nobody had them. So I had to buy 4 copies of Founding the Third Path. I had to buy a copy of An Offer You Can't Refuse.
Oh, that's funny.
It's just like a bunch of weird stuff recently that like has been almost impossible to rent. And then my hot streak with chests has been non-existent. And some of the like nonsense cards I have seen come out of chests recently is pretty atrocious.
Yeah, I never open up chests. Like somebody, like I've had a few people tell me that like if you open up enough of them, eventually it's good EV. And I opened probably like 50 of them over the course of like multiple weeks, and it was just like always a terrible. It was just like not worth it.
Fair.
So I just.
All right, this is real gutsy, but we're gonna see what happens. Okay, you get to see it.
God, I hate this card. I hate even playing it. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, that's certainly a hand that you can keep.
Yeah, it was like, is this a little dicey? Yes. However, there are enough high rolls that I think make this hand insane.
Sure, that's fair. Okay. Yeah, it looks like the. All right, let's do this.
Okay.
Yeah, I get to have a really broken hand this time.
That's a good one.
Okay, I'll play this.
Sure. Fine. Okay. I see. Well, our greed has not been rewarded.
I was just gonna say, this is where you just drop Black Lotus and combo me out, right?
I mean, that was the hope. That was the hope.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sure it was.
You know, like Lotus or Mana Crypt, or like we had some options.
Yeah.
Yikes. It just keeps getting worse.
Alright, I mean, that's certainly not a bad one. So.
Okay. Ah, I see.
The jig is up.
Okay.
Yeah, the jig is up. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. So, Lavinia, I guess that doesn't really matter to me.
Okay.
Gonna do this.
Unfortunate.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
This is a matchup I haven't gotten to play with this version of Esper at all, so I'm actually really curious.
So, I still have 5 of your 6.
Yes, I believe so.
So, yeah, okay. So, it's kind of interesting. I guess I can. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Whoops, I did that out of order. That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Got too deep in the tank there. That's okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Yep, you certainly got that.
Boo! Well, we had to try.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Okay, so now that I don't need to worry about that anymore, we're just gonna stand that up.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
We're looking for the thing. I understand. Was Orchard the card you didn't own?
No, it's a sideboard card.
Okay.
It hasn't come up yet.
Fair. I would. Orchard is one of those things I could see a human being not owning, just because it only goes in a specific spot.
Yeah, for sure. Sure.
Okay.
Alright, well, we'll see if Oko's enough here to stabilize. Kind of surprised I haven't found an oak yet, but we're gonna see. Sure. That's fine. Yeah. Oh, you little shit.
I mean, you did this to yourself.
So annoying. Didn't realize you had that main.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, let me think. That's fine. Yep, you get a land, sure. Okay, you get an underground sea. Okay, so...
Yep.
Oh, that card is terrible. I don't particularly like that one either. Sure. Um, I'm not in love with it. Okay.
We're finding the good ones, huh?
Trying to.
Okay. Sure.
I mean, Okay, well, you're not gonna like this.
Show me the fluster. Yep, yep. Okay.
I can't mess this one up, and there's only one card that I want to counter. Yep. Okay, so I know you've got Yawgmoth's Will, Dig Through Time, and Force of Will. Alright. I choose you.
I mean, that seems like a reasonable choice.
Yep.
Okay, okay. Okay.
Kind of don't want you to oath. So
I mean, that's fair. I can understand that line of logic.
Yeah, let's do that. It is good.
Sure.
And then...
Okay.
Play that.
Annoying.
Yeah.
Yep, hate everything about that.
So...
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. That resolves. Yep. Yep.
Boo! Boo this man!
Yeah.
Alright. I guess. Hmm. Sure.
I think you have to not, right? Because you're just dead now.
Oh, you are correct.
Yeah, if you don't attack with that, then you can throw the spirit.
So the math I'm trying to figure out there is to try to keep you from oathing into another idiot. Because this way, if I leave things be, you just orchard end step and then oath into the next idiot.
Yeah. So it doesn't actually matter because I can do this, right? So I can just do. Okay, so I can just blow deed for 0. And then on your end step.
Okay, yeah. Sure.
And then just do it anyway.
Yeah,
it didn't really matter.
No, I don't think the math works out my way either way. But yeah, that was the line of logic, was like, how do we keep you from oathing into another idiot? And the answer was we couldn't. Oh, sick. And it's just another... Okay, cool. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
Okay.
So I want this, I want this, I want this. Not interested in these things. This is still very good.
A lot of weird stuff in here that I don't want.
Fair.
I'm gonna use the restroom really quick.
By all means. So while TenArms stepped away, I do appreciate everyone's been hanging out tonight. I know this is a little different. It's not our usual, like, grinding through a league. But I've been kind of curious with some of these changes I made to see how the deck kind of shapes up around those. So I've just been curious as to kind of what this is going to look like. But yeah, it's I do appreciate everybody hanging out. Grab that too, I guess. Do I want to live this life? Kinda. I might not have time for this. This too. I just want some answers to some things. This is also super interesting. Because this can shut off the Gaia's Blessing stuff. This answers an Oko.
Alright.
Okay.
So...
Alright. Where do we... I'm just sitting here trying to figure out, like, how much of this game am I trying to grind through?
I feel like even though Oka was pretty good in that game, feels like it's not super good overall.
I think it's decent because of the density of little, like, hate bear idiots that I have.
Yeah, that's fair. But those hate bears are not as good against Oath, right?
I mean, so the thing is that they're serving different purposes, right? Like, Lavinia, still very good at protecting my shit.
Sure.
Which is kind of like what I want it for in this matchup, as opposed to, like, stopping what you're doing. Yeah?
Man. Okay. Awkward. I guess that's fine, actually, because I get the phone. Okay, well, we'll see.
I think we're just gonna go here. Do this.
Sure.
That's even better.
Okay. Guess we're just gonna leave with that. Yep. Sure. Okay. Okay. I see what you're doing there.
You know, we're just out here living a life, man. What do you want?
Yeah.
Okay, that one also feels pretty good, not gonna lie.
That is certainly not the card that I wanted. Okay. Yeah, and just because I know you're on stupid opposition agent, potentially I gotta do this now.
I love that for me.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. I mean, this is not a bad plan for you right now. Okay, interesting. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So. What to do here? Okay. Well. This is interesting. Because Sphinx is actually not that bad. Like, I have ways around that, but you're at 19 life, so if you left Citadel in... Alright, so I'm just gonna do this now, and then see what happens. Okay. Sure, that's fine. Okay. So I'm guessing it's Citadel. Yep. Yeah.
Well, step one, we answer that.
Sure.
Guess that's basically free at this rate.
Yeah. Sure. Okay.
Something about the density of hate bears.
Yeah. Something, hey bears, something. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay. Okay. So...
Okay, sure.
Okay, I just need to not die now. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Just Citadel things. No big deal.
It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Okay. This one. This one. That's even better. I really do like it when it just gets better, you know?
It is nice. Vintage is definitely a format for that, for sure.
I'm just gonna play that. There's the punish for doing it that way. We're about to have a party.
Okay, do we have another fluster here?
We do.
Okay, have fun. I'm gonna let you have fun with that before,
Okay.
before I die. This is definitely screenshot worthy, I think. So
Yeah, this is a pretty sick one.
This is gonna be another screenshot, I think, for both of us. So once you get all these done.
All right. Five. Okay.
Okay. It's so many things that I actually won't.
Yeah, look, the whole stack cannot fit on screen at once.
Oh, if I scrunch it as small as possible. All right, this is definitely one of the biggest stacks I've seen. So we're gonna save that picture really quick.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. If any of you out there in chat are feeling particularly saucy and want to clip this, this is a hot one.
This is the hot one. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So Flusterstorm will do Flusterstorm things.
Yeah, I can't actually just like mass say no either, so I actually have to click through this.
Yep, it's pretty atrocious.
There's no easier way to do this, I'm pretty sure. I guess I can go yield until next to end step, and then there we go. That'll do it. Um,
and then I have to pay 1.
You shouldn't have to pay
Oh,
any.
no, okay. That was my last copy, that's what that
You
was.
shouldn't.
Sure.
Okay.
Show me your secrets.
Yeah. So, I'm actually just gonna concede.
Okay, that's fair.
Did it show you my hand, or did I concede in time?
You conceded in time. It did not show me your hand.
Okay, sick. All right. So,
All right. I don't think I want to change anything. I feel like I like where we're at.
okay. I think I'm just gonna try it like that. Boarding for this matchup is like not really that straightforward. There's a lot of stuff I want to bring in, but I don't want to dilute my deck too much.
Yeah, that's fair. This is a weird one, but I'm into it.
That describes basically my entire dating life.
Fair. Okay, okay. Let's start here.
Sure.
How do I feel about that one?
Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. It's not bad. It's pretty, I mean, that's pretty good, depending on what else you can get. Do we have any jewelry to go along with that saga? Oh, wow. That's probably the best possible.
It's pretty hot, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, that's fine. Yep. Okay. Okay. Do like this.
That's fine. Okay.
Yeah. That happens. While that's happening, I'm just gonna do this. Two cards in hand.
Okay, okay.
do it? Oh, Narset.
The other
Wow.
3-mana blue restricted card.
Oh my god, that's a disaster. Wow.
What the fuck?
That's so terrible. That's so terrible. Alright, well, yep. Okay, so I just need to draw an oath now. Yeah, that's, like,
Oh!
probably the worst possible card you could have played.
We hard whiffed.
Okay, well, that's at least a thing.
This one.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, so this is actually just... you know what? This is actually not that bad, because at least I get to draw a single card.
No.
Alright, I mean, okay. That's fine. So now, it kind of worked out a little bit.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
There is, in fact, that is more layers of punish than you realize.
Yeah, God. Like, I kept the Ancestral on top so that I could have Vigor with double counter. And I figured leaving the Fluster last was probably the best way, but if I had flustered your Force, you wouldn't have been able to pay, and then I could have Vigor, or Force of Negation the Narset, and then that would have been really good, but...
Fair.
So... does that do anything? That does nothing. I guess I just wait. Alright. Alright, well... I don't really feel great for either of us right now.
Yeah, I feel like we're both in this weird situation where I'm gonna attack with this 1/1.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely you are. That's exactly what you're gonna do, and I just need to draw an oath. Okay,
Okay. Okay.
no, come on, stop it.
Not happening. Get out of here.
Did you draw that?
Yeah.
I guess I could have... God damn it. I guess I could have, just vamped immediately to play around it, but whatever. Sure. Yeah, that was a misplay. I should have just vamped immediately or on your upkeep. Yeah, you know why? Because I don't have the stop on your upkeep, that's why.
Oh, fair enough. I float back and forth between whether or not I keep that stop. Yeah, you get that one. I mean, yeah.
Well, at least I get to clear those away.
Yeah, speaking of, we're gonna do a little marginal deck thinning.
Yeah. Yeah, I think not vamping immediately was my major mistake this game. Yeah, that's fine. Narset has just been absolutely disastrous this game. This game would have been over if I had done it in a different
Definitely
way.
a good one.
In hindsight, I probably should have just flustered your force, because it would have been three spells, and you would have only been able to pay 2 because you had the fetch on the stack. So I think that was just a bad. Oh, gross! Jesus Christ! All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Get in here, do the thing.
Yeah. Okay, so I just need, like, Deed would be good, Decay would be good. Oh, alright. I mean, okay.
Okay. Why don't any of these cards do anything?
I don't know, but I feel like I'm gonna die anyway, so...
Fair.
Okay.
Okay, now we do this.
Okay.
God, back to none of these things mattering. It's so bad.
Okay, so... It's very possible that I just get overrun anyway, but...
I mean, you're not wrong. But it's still just like, bleh.
I'm gonna get hit for 5. I'm gonna go to 5. This is horrible. So yep. Okay. Okay. I would love to use Oath's ability. Wow. Jeez.
Yeah. We were ready.
And I still gain 3. Oh, you're gonna. Oh, oh, the second swords. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Yep. Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not dead.
Yet.
Sure.
Why?
If you had used your top on upkeep, you would have at least definitely. I guess it would have been the same thing as the needle, right? So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, well, so I knew it was on top already, right? I had already set those draws up.
Sure. Alright.
Do I care? No, I don't think that I do. Yeah, we just pass.
Okay. All right. Well, you're gonna get to see you're gonna get to see the card that I had to buy.
Okay, if it's the one I'm thinking it might be, I'm gonna be upset. Yeah, that sucks. God, that sucks. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. And now we don't deck. That was the last card. I bottomed that with
The preordain?
That with what's it called? The preordain, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Can you show me good cards for a change? That would be fantastic. I mean, I guess not.
I mean, we got 2 turns here. Actually, maybe less. Lavinia, do I care about Lavinia? No.
Okay. We just got his blessing it. Okay. For some reason... Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, for some reason the Discord call just vanished. Alright.
That's right, because... Right. Okay, that's right, because you swords the other one.
We did.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we know what we're getting here. And we do this.
Basically on the Swords to Plowshares plan, I think.
Yeah, and we didn't find it. Big oof. Yeah, because there's not a way to no. Yep. Yep, so we just die.
Wow.
Truly unfortunate.
Wow, I did not think I was going to win that one. That game, that third game was so back and forth and ridiculous. I was sure that I threw it away after the ban.
And it was wild. So the whole time in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about Sarah's Emissary, because that's the card that we just stone lose to.
Yeah.
But the thing was that it was okay, so when we had the Archon trigger on the stack, I swords the Archon. Yeah. And then the whole notion there was that I'm losing this other swords one way or another. So it's I can trade a spirit into a monk and gain a point of life by actually casting it instead of just throwing it away to the Archon.
Yeah, if you do that and you have a spell that you can cast, you can draw that card. You can use top to draw that card on your upkeep and then draw top and then get to play both, and then now you have a bunch of dudes and you can probably kill me in one shot at that point.
Yeah, so I wonder if the option there was the turn that I played Needle. I wonder if you're right. I wonder if I was supposed to draw Needle and draw Needle in my upkeep and then draw top for draw step and then play both. Because I think that does the job.
Yeah, because then it's 2 triggers. I think you had... I was at 14. So...
It's basically, it does
put me to...
Yeah, does that do the extra 5... Does that do the 5 damage? And I don't think that it does.
I think it puts me to 1. We can go back and look. I think it puts me to 1. Because I think you had 3 monks at that point. So if you play 2 spells... Mentor's a 4/4.
Monks are all 3/3s.
Which ends up being 13, so I think I stabilize at 1.
Okay.
We could go back and look, but
yeah,
there were a lot of like in hindsight misplays that both of us played in that game, and I feel like that was probably the most complicated game of the night, honestly.
Yeah, and it's like
weird to say.
Like honestly, I spent most of that game like once the mentor hit play just looking for the Yawgmoth's will.
Oh yeah.
Because I figure if like if I get to go Yawg-Will into the Lotus and all the garbage that's already in my yard, like that's a pretty surefire thing.
You're done.
Yeah.
If you would get Muscle, you win for sure. My biggest misplay of that game was not just flustering your
force on the Force of Vigor.
Yeah. I should have just flustered that, because then if I get to Force of Negation, the Narset, I just untap an Ancestral Recall myself, and then I'm in like really good shape, because you only had like one card after the Narset. So...
Yeah, and it's in the turn after. So you asked about the fluster. The Narset came, or the fluster came the turn after the Narset. So it was, so Narset was tick down, find Tinker, show you Tinker, which you countered, and then we drew the Flusterstorm.
Okay. For the vamp. Yeah, if I just like vamp basically on your upkeep,
that just happens.
Then I get the and then I get the oath and like much earlier.
Yeah.
That was like a lot of little micro decisions biting both of us in the ass. So that was,
which is like,
I'm gonna probably have to go back and like rewatch that match, because I feel like there's more that we're missing.
Yeah, and it's like that's the story of a matchup like that. It is so many little micro decisions, because like at face value, right? Like we're both kind of combo decks, but like we're both also playing this pretty heavy control game. So like both of us is sitting there trying to figure out like, how do I answer you and still develop my game plan, and like what answers are gonna line up. So like in game 2 there, when I fragmentize the oath, I had already picked up a copy of Prismatic Ending, and the plan was to just ending the oath. But then I found the fragmentize, and I was like, well, that's cheaper, we just do that instead. And then when we fragmentized, the first card underneath it on the Citadel was the Fluster.
Oh wow!
And and we had Fluster in hand already to top it off, and I was like, okay, this oath is dead.
Yeah, because if you Prismatic Ending, then you have to
I'm committing actual mana and like.
Have another Mox. I guess you don't need to chat the Underground Sea that you had open. So yeah, that game was just like done. Mentor showed up like a surprising amount of times tonight.
Yeah, and that's a big thing that I've talked about on the channel before, is like everyone's on like Grixis now, and the thing is that like the Tinker decks right now draw so many cards. You see so many cards that like playing Mentor is still insane. There's a reason the card is restricted. It's busted. And like when you are already a Citadel deck, it's nuts. When you are constantly playing, Preordains and Ponder and all of your stupid 1-mana blue stew cards, like all of these things are insane. And on top of it, like with the white splash, like I have 3 Swords to Plowshares in the 75, a Fragmentize, a Prismatic Ending. Like, we have a bunch of other really cheap interactive cards that we can just kind of spew out to send for more Mentor triggers if we need them.
Yeah, I think white's like such an important color in Vintage, just because Swords to Plowshares basically do steals with everything, and then Lavinia and Mentor are just both like just bonkers good in this format. Like that's why I love playing Jeskai, because you get to play with all of those.
And I was a huge fan of Jeskai for a long time, and like when people back in the okay, so this is just after mentor restriction, when people are still trying to figure out PO. It was like the big battle was Jeskai or Esper, and I was a huge fan of Jeskai because having access to Blast in that era was enormous, and like all of the different points of interaction you had, having access to like Biforce or what's the Shattering Spree or things like that was nuts. On top of all of your other really good threats, like this was when Dak Faden was, I think, at his best in the format. And so like the Jeskai build of PO in that era was fantastic, and then everybody shifted to Esper because they wanted to go harder into combo with Vamp Tutor, Demonic Tutor, things like that. And so Jeskai as a PO deck fell by the wayside, and it became exclusively Xerox. And like I have just not loved Jeskai's position recently, because it feels like all of the other blue decks can do a lot of what you do, but also do something dumber and more busted.
Yeah, I think like the biggest appeal for me for Jeskai is like you've got threats that are like basically 1 to 2 mana that can theoretically take over a game by themselves, and then you have a shit ton of draw and counters. Like, so you've got Ragavan, Lavinia, Dreadhorde Arcanist, and then, you know, on your 3 drops you got, like, Hull Breacher, Centaur,
Yeah.
the Planeswalkers, right? I'm kind of off Teferi. A lot of people were playing Teferi for a while. I like Teferi sometimes, but 3 mana feels like a lot.
I have wanted to try to squeeze one in this list, and that's, so, like, I don't know if you have seen, I guess you were in chat last night, so you saw us playing it. But, like, I have shifted to a more kind of control-slanted version of Esper Tinker.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, I think that Grixis is the more busted version of the deck, by far. Like, you get to play Breach, you get all this other busted stuff, like, I get it. But I think that where Grixis falls, like, where Esper has the leg up, is that Esper can answer anything.
Yeah.
And so, like, I have shifted to, like, play a version of Esper Tinker that leans more into what Esper does well, and that's just answering things. So, like, I cut the Force of Negation from my list entirely because I was pretty unimpressed with it. And then I got my second Opposition Agent into the main. I moved my 4th Fluster to the board for a copy of Hull Breacher. And then, like, I've been looking at it for a while and thinking about cutting Vamp, Mystical, and Yogg-Will to just play more interactive cards.
I don't like that. I think those cards are all insane.
I definitely think they're good.
Mystical, maybe. Vamp just feels way too important when you have Key Vault in your deck.
I mean, I agree, but the thing that I found with Key Vault is a lot of the times, if you can gain control of the game, you can Key Vault whenever. And it's just like, the two of you, you know, you and your opponent burn yourselves out back and forth in the early stages of the game, and you just, like, put a Saga into play that eventually fetches the key, and then you just slam a vault when everyone's on empty, and you're like, cool, I win now.
Yeah. I mean, like Vamp, like Yawgmoth's Will is just like one of the most insane cards ever printed. I can't imagine not playing that in a combo deck. Where I mean, I was playing Yawgmoth's Will in Oath, right?
Sure.
That's like largely a control deck, right? So, yeah, I like Teferi in your deck more than the second Opposition Agent. I like a second or third one in like in the board.
Okay.
I think Teferi makes sense because you're trying to just resolve Tinker or just some bomb, right?
Right.
So I think Teferi in your deck makes sense. One thing that I didn't like about Teferi in Jeskai control was that it's not like really like a permanent answer to a card, and it's not that great versus Urza Saga. Whereas like just making another deck or just having the Hull Breacher is fine.
Sure.
Because all the decks that are playing Saga, other than Workshops, all of those are going to be, I'm going to draw lots of card decks, so Hull Breacher's just like insane in that format, in format anyway.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, the one game needle for deck, and I had a second one in hand. So that game, if you didn't have that needle, I get to chump with the Death Ray Shaman, steal a construct,
Steal a second construct,
and then steal the other construct, right? So like that's way better than anything Teferi's doing against Saga, right? So.
Oh yeah, no, like definitely agree there.
I like Teferi in the combo decks a lot more.
Yeah, and so my whole notion with Teferi, the reason I've been okay, so I guess let's go back to the full conversation here. So the thoughts I've had are cut Vamp, cut Mystical, cut Yogg-Will, and then bring back my 4th Flusterstorm to the main. I've looked at a Teferi because I think that Teferi is great at protecting Tinker, and what Teferi also does means that a lot of the time I'm just gonna win a counterfight.
Yeah.
I can just shut it down. Yeah. And then the other thing that I've been looking at, because I have been super impressed with it, is balance. Getting my balance right.
Yeah. Yeah, so being able to, like, balance on the end step with Teferi is pretty disgusting. The more creatures that you have in your deck, the worse balance is, and I think, like, the Tinker decks and MPO in general are, like, so good at making balance just, like, a crushing play, and it's my favorite card in the whole game. So any deck that can, like, that's like the reason I was playing 5-color stacks, right? Like I just want to play balance. I want to play balance without playing a combo deck. So I think like I haven't seen that much Doomsday being played. So if there's more Doomsday, then I like I like another opposition agent in the main, but I think maybe that could be cut for Teferi, and you can see how that goes.
That's fair.
Because then if you have Teferi and that resolves, like your need to play Flusterstorm is like kind of lessened.
Right.
My concern with like taking a lot of like the tutors and Yawgmoth's Willow is that you end up being more of a control deck, but you're set up like a combo deck. So fairer decks have like a better time against you because they're better at being a fair deck than you are.
Well, and so that's kind of the whole game plan, right? Is to kind of shift in such a fashion where I'm already playing 2 Lavinia, 2 Opposition Agent, a Hull Breacher, the Mentor, and like we have a decent amount of like fair deck cards. And by cutting the last 3 that are like pretty dedicated combo cards, it gives us the ability to kind of go back and forth where it's like, okay, so sometimes our opponent is going to go like turn 1 Luminarch Aspirant and we're going to Tinker and they're going to die.
Yeah, for sure.
And then other times, like, we're going to be playing a Blue Mirror and our opponent's going to resolve a Tarmogoyf and we're going to be like, that's cute. No. Why?
Yeah, like Tarmogoyf is like terrifying against like the Haybear clan, right? Like unless it's Mentor. I mean, Mentor's like Mentor's obviously like a combo creature by itself, but like opposition agent and Lavinia and Hull Breacher are like not really cards that you want if you're facing down like a 6/7 Goyf or something, right? Like that's terrifying.
It's very true. It's very, very true. Where I have liked, and so I guess we're talking about the second opposition agent. Honestly, a lot of it was a concession to Tinker Mirrors. It is hard for the Tinker Mirror to answer a Hate Bear that is not blue.
Oh, for sure.
Like they can't blast it. The force negations of the Flusterstorms don't matter. So having an answer to an opposing Tinker that gets around of a lot of the ways they would normally beat your answers has felt fantastic. And so that was the reason the second opposition agent got main over being in the sideboard.
So let's go to MTG Goldfish, right? Like I'm looking at like the top 15 decks.
Yeah.
Mostly really the top 10 decks.
All right.
So I did
so we've got
32.8 plus 7.8 because I consider paradoxical outcome. I consider that basically a Tinker deck. So 40.6% of the meta in this format is Tinker decks, right?
Well, and that's so. I guess you even get further. Like once you start getting, I guess, further into it. Like I Oops is another thing that I actually like. That's huge for. Because the
opposition agent.
Yeah, because they will absolutely tinker you.
Oh yeah, that's true. So we can add that. So we can add 2.1. So we're basically at just under 43%. So like Hull Breacher I think is good against all those decks, especially, well, maybe not as much Oops, but that's only 2%.
Sure.
Obviously Hull Breacher's insane versus PO, but like they've got Hogak Fine and Hogak separately,
right?
You know, separated out. So that's like a just under 15%. So, and then obviously Dredge, you throw that on there. That's, you know, so now we're at like 18-ish. So let's see, 3.
And then they've got Squeeze separated into its own category too.
Oh yeah. So now if we add all of those bizarre decks up together, that's like about 24%. So I feel like Hull Breacher kind of has like the edge a little bit in that opposition agent.
Sure.
I guess if you add Doomsday in, so we were at so if you add Doomsday, which obviously opposition agent is, well, here's the thing though, like opposition agent isn't as good against Doomsday as it is against the other ones, just because they've got rituals and like a million counters.
Sure.
And shit like Days, which is just infuriating.
Well, and the thing is, a lot of the time we can overcome a Daze because we're a full jewelry deck.
Yeah.
So Daze is not normally that terrifying. We can normally beat a Daze. And the thing is that if they're dazing an opposition agent, that's one less counter they have to fight the battle when we're trying to fight over Doomsdays.
Sure. So, like, Lavinia I like against all of the decks that I just mentioned, right? Lavinia is insane against Bizarre decks. It's really good against Tinker decks. Probably going to have a hard time losing to Doomsday if you have a Lavinia out, just because I can't go for the Lotus or Gush piles.
Right.
So Lavinia, I think, is like a major reason to play white, and I like that. I like Teferi. I think maybe going down one opposition agent and either going up on a Teferi or a Hull Breacher. Like there's the versions of these like Tinker decks. I think it's the Grixis ones that have like a full 4 Hull Breachers, right?
Yeah, and that's so. I was like the part of what kind of spawned this was Eco Baronin in the challenge on the 6th played an Esper list with 4 Hull Breacher, a Mentor, 2 Opposition Agent, the Sphinx is a Tinker target main, and Citadel, plus 2 Plow, and he was off Yogg-Will entirely.
Interesting.
We're not playing Mystical. And then he's also on a Time Twister because he's on a full 4 Hull Breacher plan. I'm not a huge fan of that, but like I get it.
Time Twister's a hell of a card.
I mean, I agree with you. I have resolved a Time Twister or 2 in my life, and you can definitely have a party, especially with a Hull Breacher or a Narset in play.
Yeah.
But like I wasn't looking to go quite as deep as he did. So, like, I don't think I want to live a 4 Hull Breacher life right now. And, like, his results kind of, I think, kind of highlight that. He went 2 and 4 in the challenge. So, but, like...
Oh, yeah, I see. The most recent one,
yeah.
Place list.
Yep, so...
Yeah, so I'm wondering if he just, like, diluted the main game plan so much, trying to, like, shore up some of these weaknesses that... Like, that's kind of, like, a trap that I fall into, right? Like, I always want to have an answer for everything, but... Sometimes, like, the best answer for your opponent's stuff is to just kill them first.
Oh, absolutely.
Which annoys me because I want to have an answer for everything, but it's like, you know, I get it. Like, yeah, I see this 2-4, which doesn't necessarily mean that this version is bad. Vintage is vintage. He could have just
absolutely. And so
percentages go the wrong way.
And that's kind of where my head went with this was like I was already looking at trying to get my second opposition agent, trying to cut my Force of Negation, and looking at some of these things anyway. Because, like I said, I had been pretty unimpressed with Force of Negation in the Tinker list as a whole. It doesn't defend you on your combo turns. It only hits some of the things that you're worried about out of your opponent. Like, I just really wasn't that impressed with it. So when I was already looking at this, and then I see that here's Andreas Peterson, like, going the same direction that I'm already thinking. And like, did he 2-4 the challenge? Yeah. But the thing is that like, I mean, all of the drama around Andreas Peterson aside, like, the man's a good Magic player, straight up.
What's the drama? I didn't hear about that.
Oh, so there was some conversation a while ago, and like, I'm not trying to draw too much attention to it here, but there was definitely some conversation a while ago about there being behavior in Moto Chat approaching like win trading or results fixing kind of behavior.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we don't need to get like.
Yeah, not really trying to get into that, but again, like, all of that aside, like, Andreas Peterson is a good Magic player. It's known.
Sure.
And so, like, when I'm already thinking these things, and then to see somebody like Andreas Peterson start to go the same direction, that, like, that little light in your head goes on, and you're like, oh, okay. And so, like, he's definitely made some choices here that I'm not a huge fan of. Like, I think 4-hole breacher's too many in a deck like this. I think that Time Twister is greedy. Like, he's also on... He doesn't have an ending at all. So, like, if a non-creature permanent is in play, it's probably just hanging out there. He's playing 2 Mystical Disputes in his sideboard, which, like, that card is good, but I don't know that I'm that in love with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a 1-mana leak, and it stops Tinker and Narsets and Hull Breacher, so that seems pretty good. I'm a big fan of Dispute, but I think there's like a time and a place.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at with it.
On paper, this list that he played looks pretty good. Like if you click on just like the Tinker deck in general, the auto, the default one is the Duke 12 first place one.
The Grixis list, with Breach.
Yeah, but it's got 4-hole breachers, Twister, and Dak Faden, so like that makes sense why there's red.
Well, and also you're on 2 like Breach. Breach is also Breach and Blast are another big reasons why you're red, right? Like. And that's
so the deck that you're kind of talking about, like, go to this one by Funny Smells.
Yeah, and I was looking at their list also, and so this list is a little different. So Funny Smells is actually a blue-black deck.
Yeah.
And that's a kind of, like, it's a direction I've thought about, especially, like, after playing, like, 8-cast and some of these other, like, blue-black Tinker lists in the past. And I think that this is actually super interesting. And I actually, before I made the changes to my list and start streaming yesterday, I reached out to a buddy of mine who's like a ex-Eternal Weekend top 8 finisher kind of thing. And I'm like, listen, I know you were testing Sheoldred. Where are you at? Tell me if that, like, I'm intrigued, get at me with a list. And, like, ultimately, what he came to the conclusion was that, like, the deck is just win more.
Okay.
Like, it's a cool thing, and it's a really powerful thing that you can do, but, like, if you look at the shell, right, like, you're already 4-hole breachers, you're a Tinker for Sphinx and Citadel deck, you're a Vault Key deck, like... You're a Saga deck, you're already doing all the other things that are already winning matches of Vintage all over the place. You just also randomly have these Sheoldreds and these Time Twister and Days Undoing jammed into your deck for question mark.
Yeah, Sheoldred seems cool. It's a card that I want to be good. I don't know how good it actually is. I think there's probably going to be situations where it's good, but overall, I don't know. This anti-rush list with Polymorph and Show and Tell.
So that speaks to my soul.
Probably not very consistently good.
Like, that is, so that has a lot of really interesting things in it. And I looked at this list too the other day, and okay, so we're gonna sidestep the Polymorph Show and Tell package for just a second, because that's a whole topic in and of itself. But, like, there's also 2 Teferi Time Reveler in this list. There's a Karn the Great Creator. We're still a Tinker for Citadel deck. We also have a huge Saga package. Like, absolutely enormous. In that we have...
Oh, it makes sense with the Retrofitter Foundry. That makes sense.
Yeah, so Foundry, top, key, our regular Soul Ring. We have a main deck Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty insane. And then, like... So then we get back to... This is also a show and tell polymorph deck. What are we polymorphing, you ask? Castle Ardenvale tokens. Somehow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this looks like a major brew that just looks like, I feel like, and this is nothing, I played against Anti-Rush before. They seem like a cool person. They play a lot. So I imagine a lot of the success for the Spymo was, one, they're an experienced player, two, it's a Tinker Citadel deck anyway.
Right.
I really want to know how many times they actually got Grizzlebrand into play because of the polymorph. Like, I want the answer to be many, but I don't know how reliable that actually was.
Yeah, and so it's actually kind of interesting because I know Justin Gennari played a show and tell list in Vintage probably a couple months ago now, and like did well. Like, put up reasonable positive results. And so it's something, and I know he was on a kick for a while about porting decks from other formats into Vintage.
Oh, for sure.
And so, like, it definitely makes me think, like, how many of these things get overlooked because we're so set in, like, this is what you do in Vintage? And, like, so, I guess, another, like, totally weird thing about Anti-Rush's list, if you look at the sideboard, there's a Peacekeeper.
Yeah, that's for the Bazaar decks.
Well, so it's like, that's good for Bazaar, it's good against Oath, like, there are so many nuts things that just get shut off in Vintage with a Peacekeeper.
It's actually not that good against Oath, mostly because you can elk it with Oko, or if there's
oh, sure.
Arcana Cruelty, it gets killed. So I like it against Bazaar, and I like it against like the D&T decks, right? Like.
Oh, sure. Like, so yes, I guess Oath does have answers to it, right? But the thing is that, like, if you present in game one to your opponent a Tinker for Citadel deck, showing them, like, Grizzlebrand and Karn and all this garbage, how likely is your opponent to be thinking Peacekeeper?
No, yeah, for sure. Like, that seems pretty unlikely. That's like a juke that I think most people won't know about initially, but now that it's been published, people can just look it up, right? But,
oh yeah, sure.
There's also this Grixis Tinker list by Budakov, this first place list from November 4th.
Okay.
And this is kind of like the more traditional, like, Ragavan and Hullbreacher one.
Okay, so yeah, this is the other flavor of Grixis, which for anybody watching the stream who's like not up on Vintage, MTG Goldfish does a serious disservice to Vintage results reporting, because a lot of times a lot of very different decks get lumped together. So like right now we're looking at Blue Tinker, and we've just covered a whole smattering of very different decks.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is the, like, I guess what I would call the fairest version of the Grixis Tinker list.
Yeah.
And
I mean, there's so many like little nuances that, like, it's kind of hard to go in and say, like, 4-color Tinker, Grixis with Ragavans, no Ragavans, like, playing Breach, not playing Breach, like, it's kind of hard to, like, fit that in there, so I think a lot of this is done by an algorithm.
It definitely is, and so, like, I know that there have been changes in the past where, like, every blue deck used to just get, like, lumped into Xerox, right? Like, if you were a blue cantrip deck not playing Paradoxical Outcome, you probably just got lumped into Xerox. And they only changed that a few months ago to where now we get, like, a little more diversity, so, like, Bug will show up on its own, and then the, like, Standstill's making a resurgence, and that shows up on its own, which is really neat. But, like, I think that a really easy one, like, with some of these Tinker lists, is, like, let's start with, like, does this deck contain Underworld Breach? because
Right.
like the breach lists, that's part of the main game plan. Like, one of our primary functions going into that game is I can just breach, freeze, kill you. And like it's
I
actually
think any of these Tinker decks that have breach should just be lumped into breach.
I
right?
agree.
Like that's
100%. Because the thing is that like as somebody who's played against that deck a lot, like it's not the Tinker plan that is hard to beat. It's the breach plan.
yeah.
Because the thing is that they can just play a totally normal game of Magic, and then all of a sudden you've died.
Yeah, which is like saying that is kind of insane just because we like I mean looking at the games that we played tonight, right? Like most of your wins came from Citadel being in play and just doing disgusting Citadel things.
Sure.
So to say, you know, Tinker or Citadel isn't even like the scariest part of these breach decks is like it says a lot, right? Like you got like this whole other backup plan that like, oh okay, well, you know, Tinker didn't work out, I can just breach and do it again, or just kill you a different way, which is just like insane to me.
Oh right, like it's absolutely insane because the amount of leverage you get by just having these copies of breach and freeze in your deck, and all of a sudden you're like, and now we're doing something totally different, and like
Yeah.
it is so easy to sidestep. And the thing is that like all of a sudden now Merchant Scroll is way more terrifying.
Oh, yeah.
Because if your opponent Merchant Scrolls with like 6 mana open or something like that, whereas normally the mentality is right that like you're probably not countering the tutor, you're probably countering the thing they tutor for. But like if your breach opponent just goes 2 mana Merchant Scroll and they have a bunch of open mana and are in blue and red, like you have to be concerned that like you're just going to die.
Yeah.
Like through
I
Flusterstorm and
guess
everything.
if you have like the one counter, you have the counter spell for the Underworld Breach, so that's at least like. But now they just have like they have the Brain Freeze in their hand, but you have multiple breaches, so countering the one breach isn't enough because if they have 2 breaches in hand and they get to resolve Merchant Scroll, then now they can go breach. Okay, you countered it. Next turn, I'm gonna play breach again. Brain freeze me and kill you.
Right. And that's the terrifying. Like I lost a game last night where like opponent had just randomly casually just left their Lotus in play, and like I wasn't thinking about it because it's just like they just played out a Lotus and passed for like 3 turns, and I'm like, okay, this is fine. And then eventually opponents just like, okay, they found their breach and their freeze. And then like nothing, I had fluster and points of interaction, but it didn't matter because they already had the Lotus just waiting.
Yeah.
And so like a fluster was never beating that. Yeah.
Get it back.
Yep. A fluster was just never going to do anything, and so like it came to a position where I'd had to fight over other things. And so, like, I needed to be in a position where that fluster was going to provide some amount of leverage. And because that Lotus was just there, and when they went, okay, breach, and I'm like, we're fucking dead. Like, they didn't even have to have the brain freeze on the spot. But the fact that they had a graveyard, and the Lotus in play, and the breach, I was just toast.
You're just dead.
Yep, and it was just
This
like...
is why I like Lavinia, right? Lavinia's great in this situation, and Teferi too, right? Because you can just not have to worry about this stuff.
Yeah, well, see, and then, like, that's where it's horrifying, because then you look at their deck, and they're like, okay, here's a Pyroblast, and an Abrade, and a couple of bolts, and, like, ugh, Fury? How the hell are we supposed to beat a Fury?
They're not gonna bring in Fury against the Tinker decks, though. They're like that's for the D&T aggro type decks, right?
I mean, I guess that depends, right? Like, if you're in a position where you're showing your opponent, like, multiple Lavinias and Hull Breachers and things like that in Game 1, I'd pretty strongly consider a Fury, because I have a feeling that they're going to have almost zero answers to it.
Well, like Fury costs 5 against Lavinia, right? So you have to actually cast Fury to kill a Lavinia because you can't pitch it because
Sure.
it gets countered.
Sure.
So,
But like making 5 mana is not
Fury,
that
Fury
hard.
5 immediately.
Sure.
Right? Yeah. So. Yeah, I mean, no creature has flash, so I would be surprised if somebody brought in Fury, but I do think that Teferi and Lavinia are like major reasons, and obviously Mentor are major reasons to play Way. I like if I were to play an Esper Tinker deck, I probably would, or if I were to play a blue Tinker deck, I'd probably play Esper, right? Just because it just gives me the most tools, and the flexibility, which I think is really important. Also, you get Swords to Plowshares for Sphinx and Blightsteel, right?
Yeah.
Like, the Seiju ain't killing Blightsteel, you know?
Yeah, and that's... So, like, I saw people were even starting to look at playing Blightsteel over Sphinx again, and, like, I think that's such a wild and crazy notion in a world where, like, the Grixis Tinker deck is one of the best decks around, and they're always on deck fading. Like, how do you think you're going to play Blightsteel in this day and age? Holy shit.
I think Blightsteel is fine as a sideboard, like as a sideboard choice, right? Like, if you have your main deck Tinker targets be Citadel and Sphinx, that seems good. And then if you know that they're a deck fade in or Oko deck or you know, a Force of Vigor deck, whatever, you know that you can keep Sphinx in. But if it's like against Hogak, like Hogak's gonna have a really hard time beating a Blightsteel, right? Like Hogak can at least besiege you a Sphinx, but like,
Sure.
Blightsteel's never going away, right?
Sure, and I guess that's fair. I guess my thought process is then we need to dedicate another slot in our deck to another thing, and like from the matches I've played, right, like the Bazaar decks don't feel like they're that bad for us to beat, and neither do the Hate Bear stacks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's...
Well, your list is definitely better against Hate Bears than the Grixis list, right? Because you have
Plow, Balance, Mentor...
yeah.
Yeah.
Games, Swords to Plowshares, and Balance are all insane. So that's kind of why I would lean personally towards the Esper list. I think leaving Yawgmoth's Will in is probably correct. It just feels like so... Like, I can't imagine Yawgmoth's Will is not as good as another Fluster. Like Yawgmoth's Will is just it's like another win condition on its own.
Well, so I guess and to frame that a little better, because that when we frame it in the context that I'm replacing Yawgmoth's Will with 4th Flusterstorm, that sounds insane. Realistically, what's going on here is Mystical Tutor becomes the 4th Fluster.
Okay.
And then Yawgmoth's Will is probably something like Teferi. And then the Vamp Tutor would be like the Balance.
So Balance, I don't like Balance in the main with all of those creatures though, right?
I mean, that's fair.
The more creatures you add to the main, the worse the Balance becomes.
So, I mean, I guess all of those creatures main, though, is like 6 if you count Mentor?
Yeah, because you're on one Hull Breacher, one Hull Breacher, 2 Lavinias, 2 Opposition Agents, 1 Men.
Yep. So, like, 6 creatures.
That's not that bad.
Yeah.
That's not that bad. And a Sphinx, too.
Oh, sure. But, like, I have a strong suspicion that if we have a Sphinx of the Steelwind in play, we're probably not even considering casting a Balance.
I mean, we might, right? I've definitely killed players with Sphinx when I was on Hogak before, because I had just like so many creatures that the life gain didn't matter. But that's like really rare. Like that's
sure.
Usually Sphinx is gonna probably win.
Yeah. I mean, and at that point, right? Like if you get to that point, then Sphinx steps in front of something, you gain 6 life and block some damage, and yeah, sure, then you balance.
Yeah.
But like,
yeah.
The circumstances where that's happening are very rare and pretty far between. But balance has felt really good, especially with more of these decks, like, again, like this Funny Smells list, where it's like 4 Hull Breacher, 2 Op Agent, 2 Sheoldred, the Sphinx, like, that feels pretty good. Balance against the Saga decks is hilarious.
Yeah.
Because they're not only losing idiots, but they're losing the way to produce more idiots through mana advantage, which is pretty great.
Yeah. Balance also gets a little awkward if you're on the Saga plan too, but it's hard to say. It's hard to say whether balance is better as a sideboard card or not. Like I want to say that it's like main deck worthy, but I can see a lot of decks where, like, I don't think balance is probably very good against Doomsday, right?
Sure.
Like I take it out against Doomsday personally. Balance is not really that good against shops, I don't think.
I think balance is nuts against shops.
What's that?
I love balance against shops.
I guess it depends on what kind. If it's like the aggro version, for sure. If it's the prison shops version, I'm like not as excited about it.
I'm still pretty hype on it. Like I agree that it's definitely to a lesser degree than against aggro shops, but I'm still pretty hype on a balance against my opponent that's like trying to gain a significant mana advantage and play a game revolving around Crucible Worlds. Like when you're like, please sacrifice 3 lands, thanks. Like usually a pretty decent spot. Definitely, again, not quite the menace it was against shops in the era of like Ravager shops, but still a pretty hot one.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of stoked that Ravager shops has fallen kind of like by the wayside. Like to me shops should always like first and foremost be a prison deck. So I always like was being like a snooty hipster about like Ravager shops. I'm like, what is this? Like a modern deck? Get out of here! Like.
See, I guess that's fair. I hear you're talking about like, hey, so what if our shops deck is a prison deck first? And I'm here like, Mirage Mirror in workshops, you say? Tell me more.
Oh, that deck is super cool, and I've gotten like a few 5-0s with that list.
Yeah, that's about the only time that, I guess, no, that's not entirely true. I will only play Mishra's Workshop in a deck if I'm doing something completely and totally absolutely bananas busted with it. Like combo shops or Monty or something dumb like that. You'll never catch me playing like a fair garbage prison shops list. I'm always doing something busted if Mishra's Workshop is in my deck.
Well, you're more of a combo player, and I'm more of a control player, so that's probably why.
See,
honestly, regardless of what strategy, like main strategy you're going for, there's a shops deck for you, which I kind of appreciate. You should put together the coveted jewel shops list.
Yeah, I need to play jewel shops at some point. The deck seems sick, and I haven't tried it yet. But yeah,
that would make a good stream too, because just like that is like one of the most vintage decks. Make sure you have your dismembers because collector oop is a beating, but
yeah,
if there's no oop and you can keep it off the table, game on, you know?
It's pretty nuts. So like I definitely thought about it, and it's funny. You're like, yeah, you're more of a combo player. So honestly, it's hilarious because if you hang out in chat long enough, you'll see that most of the people that know me, like from playing Magic with me in person, I'm known for being a control player. Like,
oh, interesting.
Yeah, so the combo thing has become kind of a more recent development because it turns out that Fire Design said you need to be doing all of the things all of the time.
Yeah, for sure.
And so control kind of became a much harder thing to do in any format in Magic.
Yeah.
So instead I decided, well, if we can't beat him, we join him.
Sure.
So
yeah,
like,
I'm coming from the place of seeing you play a lot of Omnitel and Legacy and Tinker decks and in Vintage. So
yeah, no. So I guess the reputation that precedes me would be Legacy Miracles and Death and Taxes and Vintage Jeskai.
Oh wow, yeah. Those I came way after that era.
Yeah, it's Fire Design's a hell of a thing. It's I mean, yeah.
That is certainly a way to describe it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll do strange things to a person, kind of like a cocaine habit. So we've decided recently that fair decks are bad, and what if we can instead do busted things? And bonus points if we can do busted things and still outfare our opponent. Which is why I've been a huge fan of Omnitel and Esper Tinker specifically, is because we kind of get to live in both worlds a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think Urza Saga basically gave Tinker-based combo decks a fair backup plan that it needed to, like, pivot whenever it needed to. I love Urza Saga, but there are a lot of times, especially when it's just like, play Urza Saga, play Time Vault, go get key, take infinite turns. You're kind of just like, yep, that's certainly the thing that's going on right now. Like, I mean, I don't know if Saga is eventually going to be restricted. I think the biggest bane to Vintage at this point, and it's been that way for a long time, is Citadel. And I will die on that hill. I think Tinker used to be a very interesting card, and it's just not a very interesting card anymore.
And that's fair. So, like, I will say that on this whole topic, I have been Team Restrict Urza Saga basically since the card was printed. I
wouldn't be upset about it, actually. I love the card, but
it's too much.
Better. Like, I love Deathrush Shaman, but it was good that it got banned from Legacy. Like, that needed to happen.
See, I'll have some hot takes on that one, because I have come around to the other side of that, where I think that banning Deathrite Shaman was the ticket to our downfall.
Well, that was also, like, right before, like, War of the Spark and Throne of Eldraine, which were just, like, abominations of card design, so it's kind of hard to blame it all on, like, Deathrite when, like, those sets came, like, right around that time, and speaking of fire design, right? Like,
right. So, but, like, think about how great it would be in a metagame full of, like, Uro and all of this garbage if your opponent just goes, turn 1, Underground Sea, Deathrite Shaman, go.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dragon's Rage Channeler would probably outpace a single Deathrite at this point.
Oh, probably.
I think it might be safe to unban it, but that's like a whole other.
Yeah.
Because it's like, it's going to be good against Delver, but then the Delver deck is just going to adopt it and use it anyway, and I really don't want Delver getting more good cards.
So here's the thing, though, and this is a conversation that we've had in a couple of the Discords I'm in, right? Like, this is... So, Deathrite Shaman died for Delver Sins. Like, this much is clear. But the reality is that, like, if you look at Delver now, where in the hell are they going to fit Deathrite Shamans? I don't know that they can.
It would probably split off to like a variant, which I think is good. Like having 3 different variants of Delver is kind of like all the different variants of Tinker that we have in Vintage, and it's just like, well, like having a variety of ways for this like broken strategy to kill you doesn't make me feel that much better when it's like almost half the meta. So
sure.
So, yeah,
I mean, like, and I definitely get what you're saying there, but I think that we're both actually on the same page here, where it's like Deathrite not the problem, the Delver Shell probably the problem, and the same thing in Vintage, where like something in the Tinker Shell probably needs to die for the sake of like the format. And I say this as somebody who genuinely thinks that Vintage is actually in a pretty okay place right now. Like, compared to some of the like low points historically, like, as much as I'm a huge Mentor fan, like, Unrestricted Mentor was fun for exactly me and nobody else.
Yeah. This is exactly how I feel about Unrestricted Karn the Great Creator, right?
Yeah, same thing. Like, Unrestricted Karn the Great Creator, Unrestricted Narset, like, all of these things were things that probably shouldn't have happened, and it's probably good that they're gone, but, like, now we're in the position where, like, something in the Tinker deck needs to die for, like, the sake of keeping the format at a, like, point where it's not pushing people out, because there are a decent number of people who are going to just, like, stone cold stop playing the format because they're going to constantly run into decks that are like, okay, Tinker into Citadel. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, guess I'll Urza Saga you to death instead.
Yeah, I would be fine with Citadel going. I would be fine with Days and Legacy going. A lot of people are like, no, it's a sacred cow. I don't care. I literally don't care. Like, get rid of it. Like,
Yep.
There's like format identity cards like Brainstorm, which need to stay, and that's fine. There needs to be a place to play for Brainstorms, but like.
Yeah, I think that honestly, like, just banning Days and Legacy anymore doesn't do it. I think that you need to go deeper than that. And it's,
oh yeah, it needs to be multiple cards, but Days needs to be among them, I think.
Oh, absolutely.
Murktide and Days getting banned would make Legacy a lot better.
Expressive iteration.
Yeah, iteration I think is like if you had to pick a third card, it would be iteration. But I'm fine with iteration in like the 4-color control decks because those decks are slow. I'm not okay with the tempo deck being able to outgrind the control decks in value.
Yeah.
And just have it all, right? Like, what's his name? Matt Book, Ozymandias on Twitter. He had like a he does like the meta review at the beginning of every month for Legacy. And a few months back, he basically had this like one paragraph that was saying like, Delver shouldn't be the deck that has the best efficient creatures, the best answers, the best early game, the best mid game and late game, like the best card advantage engine. Like it shouldn't have everything, and that's basically what it has, so.
And that's been kind of the problem. And like in the same token in Vintage, right? Like I think that we need to start seriously looking at like what is pushing people away from Vintage, right? Like when the format is as accessible as it is on Magic Online, and when they've done a lot of work to make the format even more approachable, right? With trying to stop the win trading problem that existed, with trying to make queues more accessible for people, like when the format is as available as it is, and as cheap to play as it is, like I'm gonna be real, like we're gonna pull up on this conversation, like, okay, so we're gonna look back at. So, if you want to see what a cheap Magic Online deck looks like, that recent top, that 5-0 challenge list for Grixis Tinker, less than 725 ticks. So, like, the format is super accessible. And you have to wonder why are more people not playing it? When this format is cheaper for you to get into on Magic Online than a format like Modern or whatever, why are people not playing it? And I think the reason is that because there are just too many cards that are warping the format in really kind of uninteresting directions. And I think that one of the cards that I think needs to die is Saga. Because it's just propping up too many things.
Yeah, like if they banned Citadel and restricted Saga, I wouldn't shed a single tear, and I'd probably be like pretty excited at what the format looks like after that. Honestly,
I think one of the things, and I could see wanting to take a more, I guess a slightly different approach to it, and a thought process I have is like, okay, so we start with let's restrict Saga so that Citadel decks don't have this like infinite backup plan in infinite sagas. It also like sticks it to shops a little bit so that all the people that want to play their big dumb fun piles don't just get like shops out of every event forever. But then the next step I think needs to be like, okay, what other things here are going to rise up out of this? And like if you start to look at it, like a big part of it is, okay, if you start neutering Bazaar or neutering the Tinker deck, and you start looking at what comes up, I think the very next thing that shows up is a Bazaar deck. Because you've got Hogak Vine, Hogak, Dredge, Squee, all within the top 10 decks listed on Goldfish, showing a meta percentage of 14, 15, 19, 23, 20, like 24% of the meta is Bazaar.
Yeah, that's like 24.
Yeah, so like 24% of the meta is Bazaar. And so if 24% of your meta is Bazaar, and you neuter your top deck, or at least it takes a hit, you've got to think, right, like, this is going to fill that vacuum. And so the question I think needs to be like, if that happens, how do we keep Bazaar in check? And
easily, right? That's like the biggest thing is like shops.
Potentially, but the thing is that Shops is also taking a hit there because now one of their biggest win conditions is gone.
I mean, it depends on the kind, right? Like Shops was like doing really well before Saga, and it just naturally fits in it. But
Sure.
Shops being able to have strip 4 waste and up to 4 ghost quarters.
Yeah.
Is like, turns out it's like really good, and like main deck Tabernacle and Spheres, like it's like a nightmare usually, right? Like, I mean, obviously Force of Vigor is like a hell of a card, and that's totally a thing. But
yeah,
you also have like the Leyline Helm combo Shops decks. Like having that rise up to be a little bit higher, and then having like some more of the control decks come in to offset the Shops dominating, like that makes like a more interesting ecosystem where it's not just so top heavy on Tinker, and I think that overall would be a good thing personally.
I think that's totally reasonable, and I could definitely see like leaving Shops to kind of be the one that cleans up the mess. I guess my concern is what happens if it doesn't. So like
I would have like the Ren and 6 Wasteland Desperate
Sure.
decks, which are good against Bazaar too, right? I mean, like good-ish.
Yeah, I think ish is probably correct. And so like I have to wonder if like something from the Bazaar shell would have to eat if we start looking at neutering Tinker. Like, do we have to take something away from Bazaar? And if so,
like,
what?
I don't think so. Not yet. I think that's like a wait and see, right? Like,
Sure. So
I think that's a wait and see.
Yeah, like I think that definitely the easy like level 1 thing to do is just like restrictors of Saga. And I've said it for a long time, and I'll continue to say it. Like I think that card needs to be restricted, and I think that a lot of it you can kind of see how it shakes out from there. I think that the Tinker deck takes a huge hit because every version of that deck is a Saga deck.
Yeah.
And they're propped up by it. They're depending on it. And this the same thing with PO. Like playing PO without Saga now is kind of lunacy. I mean, shout out to Justin for being the absolute lunatic that he is and still championing non-Saga PO in 2022. But I think that Justin gets to do that because he's Justin Gennari. And I just don't think that most humans get to reasonably expect to register PO without Saga in this day and age and expect to do well.
Yeah.
So
he has like in my opinion, irrational hatred for Saga. I think that card's busted as hell. Yes, there are answers, and when the answers happen, they're really good. Like he also thinks Ragavand's like unplayable on Vintage. I don't think that's the case. You just need to support it so that you can actually connect and clear away blockers. And a lot of times Ragavand's like actually just nuts. I don't know. Like he has some like really
sure.
polarizing hot takes, which is fine. People can have their hot takes. I think Saga is probably too good to be unrestricted.
I think so, and I think that's like, I think that by doing that you hit a decent number of the largest kind of problem children, and I think that you're probably right. Like we can probably wait and see how it shakes out. I do think that Bazaar gains a lot of points, but I think that that's also something that can be fought against.
Well, like, the Bazaar decks already have usually 4 Force of Vigors in the main, which are crazy good against Saga. So if you take Saga down to a 1-of, that's like also like maybe the Vigor decks like aren't packing 4, maybe they start packing like 2 or 3 in the main, which makes the shop decks better. I feel like you would see like an interesting shakeout where things start to like achieve equilibrium, but I think I agree that Saga gives these like decks like a backup plan that's not something that they deserve to have. Just like Expressive Iteration is a backup plan for the late game, mid to late game that Delver doesn't
Right.
doesn't get to have. They shouldn't have that. So But Wizards of the Coast doesn't care about eternal formats, so like we're not going to see any of these changes, and all this shit's just like hypothetical anyway.
Yep. So I guess that's where I go and let everybody know again that I will be playing in a Heritage League starting this weekend. I got invited very last minute by a friend of mine from the old school community to play in a Heritage League. And I plan on at least trying to record some of that. So if you are curious about what Heritage or Legacy minus supplemental sets looks like, stay tuned for that. But TenArms, I think that's going to be it for me for the evening. It is after 1 a.m. here, and I have to work in the morning. So I appreciate you being on tonight, my dude. It has been a pleasure as always, and we'll have to do this again.
Yeah, I'm always down. Thanks a lot for having me, and I'll be going back through our games and analyzing the plays for sure.
Absolutely, I will look forward to all of the Discord commentary. So, everyone, that is going to be it for me for the evening. I will see you all again at the very, very least on Saturday for the Route TCG Beta Testers Tournament. But stay tuned because maybe we shake out some other games this week. You all have a good night, everybody. Cheers.